Okay, it looks like we're good, Bob.
Great. All right, Alan, are you all set?
I am, thank you.
Great, thanks. Why don't we go on the record then, please? Good morning and welcome, everybody. This is the first day of evidentiary hearings for the case of Holyoke Gas and Electric Department, EFSB 22-07. My name is Robert Shea. I am the presiding officer in this proceeding, and I am conducting today's first day of evidentiary hearings. As part of the bench today are other members of the Siting Board staff. Andrew Green is the director of the Siting Board. Joan Foster Evans is general counsel of the Siting Board. Wayne Wong is the assistant director of the Siting Board, and Nathaniel Strasberg joins us, and he is an analyst at the Siting Board. Please note that this hearing is being recorded by our stenographer and that video recordings will be posted to the Siting Board's YouTube channel for viewing. Note that if you would like to see closed captions on Zoom, please press the button at the bottom of the screen that says Show Captions. Let me explain the guidelines to use in speaking in this evidentiary hearing. There is a court reporter participating remotely who will transcribe everything said during this hearing. As we are all relying on the internet connections to participate, we could experience some technical problems such as sound from speakers, including potential background noise, video and audio issues, and potential delays. Please speak slowly and clearly. Please allow a speaker to finish speaking before you begin speaking. And please pay attention to the video of the person speaking and my video. I will raise my hand as a sign on my video if I need to interrupt the person currently speaking to ask them to stop. So now I'll go to appearances of counsel. Could I have appearances of counsel, please?
Yes, appearing on behalf of the Holyoke Gas and Electric Department, this is James Avery of the law firm of Pierce Atwood.
Thank you, Mr. Avery. Are there any matters that the applicant would like to raise today before we begin identifying and then questioning the witnesses?
The company has no procedural matters today and is prepared to present its direct examination when appropriate.
Okay, well, Mr. Avery, I'll ask you to introduce all the witnesses that are present at the table today, and then I'll administer the oath to them.
Yes, if I could, I'd ask each of the witnesses to go around the table and state their name.
Kate Sullivan Craven.
John Zimmer.
James
Thank you.
Lavelle.
I'm sorry?
James Lavelle.
Thank you, sir.
Jay Gamble.
Thank you.
Brian Roy.
Thank you very much. Are all the witnesses who will testify today, are they all ready to be sworn?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so now why don't I should administer the oath. Let me just ask you all to raise your right hands and do you solemnly affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please respond.
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
Yeah.
Let the record reflect that the witnesses have all been sworn. Mr. Avery, would you like to conduct direct examination of the witnesses?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Officer. We will have a brief direct examination for each of the company's 5 witnesses. We'll start with Mr. Lavelle. Mr. Lavelle, could you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
My name is James M. Lavelle. I'm general manager at Holyoke Gas and Electric at 99 Suffolk Street in Holyoke, Massachusetts.
Could you briefly summarize your educational background and professional experience?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, a master's degree in business administration, and about 35 years of professional experience in engineering management and operations management.
Thank you, Mr. Lavelle. Referring to Exhibit HGE-1, which is the company's analysis in support of its petition in this proceeding, your prepared written testimony, which has been marked as Exhibit HG&E JML-1, and information requests which indicate that you were a responsible witness. Were these materials prepared by you or under your supervision and control?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any updates or corrections to any of these materials?
No, I do not.
As to factual matters contained in these documents, are such statements true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And as to matters of opinion or estimate contained in these documents, do those statements reflect your best judgment?
Yes, they do.
And would you be willing to adopt the statements in these documents with the same effect as if you had testified orally to those matters here today?
Yes.
And could you briefly summarize the purpose of your testimony?
As general manager at Holyoke Gas and Electric, I'm responsible for ensuring safe and reliable delivery of energy services to our customers. Relating to the petition, I was responsible for supporting the need and alternative analyses and also stakeholder engagement. As we demonstrate in this proceeding, the project is required to allow us to continue to provide safe and reliable energy services to our customers. And the alternative recommended is the least cost and least impact of alternatives analyzed. The project will also help us in our planned energy transition to lower carbon fuels in a strategic and cost-effective manner and in compliance with the Commonwealth climate initiatives.
Thank you. That completes my direct examination of Mr. Lavelle. If I could turn to Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, would you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Sure. Brian Roy, Gas Superintendent at Holyoke Gas and Electric, with an address of 99 Suffolk Street, Holyoke, Massachusetts.
Would you briefly summarize your educational background and professional experience?
Yes, I hold a Bachelor's of Science in Mechanical Engineering and a Master of
I'm
Business
sorry, you're going to need to
Administration.
slow down. We can't really understand you.
Sorry. I hold a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering and a Master of Business Administration from the University of Massachusetts Amherst. I have worked for the company since 2001, starting as an engineering intern and began full-time in 2004. Currently, I am responsible for executive management of the gas division. My career responsibilities have spanned all aspects of natural gas operations and management, including budgeting, construction, LNG systems, gas supply and procurement, measurement and regulation, rate setting, regulatory compliance, and strategic planning. I also oversee environmental health and safety for the entire company.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Referring to the company's analysis in support of its petition, which has been marked as Exhibit HGE-1, your prepared written testimony, which is Exhibit HGE-BR-1, and information requests where you were indicated as a responsible witness. Were these materials prepared by you or under your supervision and control?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any updates or corrections to any of these materials?
No, I do not.
Has the factual matters contained in those documents, are the statements in those documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And as to matters of opinion or estimate in those documents, do those statements reflect your best judgment?
Yes.
Would you be willing to adopt all those statements with the same effect as if you had testified orally here today?
Yes, I would.
And would you please summarize the purpose of your testimony?
Sure. As gas superintendent for the company, I am responsible for ensuring that the company continues to provide safe and reliable service to our customers at the least cost and with minimal impacts. I was responsible for the need and alternative analyses, as well as the overall design, construction, and planned operation of the project at the West Holyoke facility. As demonstrated
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Planned operation of the project at the what?
West Holyoke facility.
Thank you.
As we demonstrated in this proceeding, the company needs the project to continue reliable service and that such alternative has the least cost and impacts. The project will also facilitate our planned transition to greater electrification consistent with Holyoke's and the Commonwealth's climate goals.
Thank you. That completes my direct examination of Mr. Roy. Ms. Craven, would you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Sure. Kate Sullivan Craven, Director of Marketing and Communications, 99 Suffolk Street, Holyoke, Massachusetts.
And would you briefly summarize your educational background and professional experience?
Sure. I hold a Bachelor's of Arts in Communications from the University at Albany. I have over 18 years of professional experience in community outreach, marketing, and communications. Since joining HG&E in 2012, I have been responsible for managing the brand, digital media design and development, program administration, community outreach, public relations, event planning, and key account coordination. In addition, I am the committee chair for HG&E's Green Team.
I'm sorry, for HG&E what?
Green Team?
Thank you.
Referring to Exhibit HGE-1, the company's analysis in support of its petition, your prepared testimony, which has been marked as Exhibit HG&E-KSC-1, and responses to information requests that indicate you are a responsible witness. Were these materials prepared by you or under your supervision and control?
Yes.
Do you have any updates or corrections to any of these materials?
No.
As the factual matters contained in those documents, the statements in those documents, are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And has the matters of opinion or estimate contained in these documents, such statements reflect your best judgment?
Yes.
And would you be willing to adopt the statements in the reference documents with the same effect as if you had testified orally to those matters here today?
Yes.
Could you briefly summarize the purpose of your testimony?
Sure. As Director of Marketing and Communication for HG&E, I am responsible for outreach efforts within the community to elected officials and stakeholders. Additionally, I was responsible for preparing the website, mailings, newsletters, and associated outreach materials. As we demonstrated in the proceeding, and as a municipal utility, the company is actively engaged with the public regarding the project and its necessary benefits to continue reliable energy service. As chair of the Green Team, the project is consistent with ongoing sustainability efforts and supports HG&E's planned transition to strategic electrification in a cost-effective approach.
Thank you. Mr. Gamble, would you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is John A. Gamble, Jr. I also go by J. Gamble. I am the owner and principal consultant of Energy Technical Services, PLLC, with a place of business at 6 Squire Way, East Kingston, New Hampshire.
Could you briefly summarize your educational background and professional experience?
I earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Mechanical Engineering Technology from Northeastern University and a Master of Science degree in Project Management from Boston University. I'm a licensed professional engineer in 11 states, including Massachusetts, and a certified project management professional. I have worked in the natural gas industry, either as an engineer, project manager, or in a management role for consulting in utility companies for the last 30 years. I started Energy Technical Services in September of 2023. Prior to this, I was the co-owner and principal engineer of AWCO, that is AWCO, Engineering and Technical Services. I have extensive experience in the siting, design, construction, and operations of small-scale LNG facilities, and have been serving as the owner's engineer on the Northeast Energy Center LNG facility project since 2018. Additionally, my utility experience included being the plant engineer for a satellite LNG peak shaving facility, which was of similar size and operations to the West Holyoke facility, where I was responsible for managing capital improvement projects, ensuring operational compliance, assisting with the oversight of the operations and maintenance of the facility, and providing overall technical support.
Thank you, Mr. Gamble. Referring to Exhibit HGE-1, which is the company's analysis in support of its petition, your prepared written testimony, which has been marked as Exhibit HG&E-JAG-1, and information request responses that indicate you are a responsible witness. Were these materials prepared by you or under your supervision and control?
Yes.
Do you have any updates or corrections to any of these materials?
No.
Has the factual matters stated in the documents I just described, are such statements true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And as to matters of opinion or estimate contained in the documents I just described, do those statements reflect your best judgment?
Yes.
Would you be willing to adopt the statements in the documents I've referenced with the same effect as if you had testified orally to those matters here today?
Yes.
And would you briefly summarize the purpose of your testimony in this proceeding?
As owner's engineer to Holyoke Gas and Electric, I am responsible for ensuring that the project meets or exceeds all applicable federal and state LNG codes and standards and industry best practices. The purpose of my testimony is to provide clarification and support to questions pertaining to technical issues associated with the siting, design, construction, and operations of the project as found in sections 1, 2, 4, and 5 of the analysis, and the responses to the Siting Board's information requests that bear my name.
Thank you. That completes my direct examination of Mr. Gamble. Finally, Mr. Zimmer, would you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
My name is John Zimmer. I am a principal with Epsilon Associates, 3 Mill and Main Place, Maynard, Massachusetts.
Mr. Zimmer, would you please describe your educational background and professional experience?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Wildlife Management from the University of New Hampshire and a Master of Science degree in Wildlife Biology from Louisiana State University. I've worked in the environmental aspects of projects within the natural gas industry, either as a consulting scientist or in various management roles for transmission and distribution companies for the last 26 years. Prior to Epsilon Associates, I was the National Oil and Gas Market Sector Lead for the planning, permitting, and licensing practice at TRC companies. I've also served in scientist and project management positions at Kohler and Colantonio, ENSER, and AECOM.
Sorry, I've also served as scientist and project manager.
Positions at Kohler and Colantonio, Colantonio, ENSER, ENSR, and AECOM. I've managed the natural resource and federal, state, and local environmental permitting aspects of natural gas and energy-related projects in over 10 states, including Massachusetts.
Thank you. I'm referring to the company's analysis in support of its petition, which we have marked as Exhibit HG&E-1, also referring to your prepared testimony, which has been marked as HG&E-JZ-1, and finally to information request responses that indicate you were a responsible witness. Were these materials prepared by you or under your supervision and control?
Yes.
Do you have any updates or corrections to any of these materials?
No.
As the factual statements contained in these documents, are such statements true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And as to matters of opinion or estimate contained in the reference documents, do such statements reflect your best judgment?
Yes.
Would you be willing to adopt the statements in these documents with the same effect as if you had testified orally to those matters here today?
Yes.
And finally, could you please summarize the purpose of your testimony?
With respect to the petition, the purpose of my testimony is to analyze and evaluate compliance and technical issues pertaining to the environmental conditions associated with the existing facility, as well as the potential effects of the construction and operation of the project on environmental resources. I also conducted the natural resource and environmental permitting analyses associated with evaluation of the potential alternatives to the project.
That completes the direct examination of the company's witnesses. Mr. Shea, I do note we did file a draft exhibit list with the Siting Board on November 17th, and the references I used in the direct examination were to documents that were listed in, I propose be marked for identification purposes during the hearing, has listed on that exhibit list.
Yes, we received the exhibit list. Thank you very much. Thank you for the direct testimony. Mr. Wong, would you like to start with questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Shea. Good morning, witnesses. So I'm going to start off just with the initial remark that my questions are not directed at anyone in particular. If anyone, and I understand that all of you have your own expertise with regard to this petition, but I would say if my question is not immediately apparent as to who should answer, feel free to chime in if you have the answer. So just to get the ball rolling, today. I want to ask the witnesses could you begin by describing the project? And I also understand that you stated before that you don't want to change anything in your petition, but if you could also just describe any recent changes that you have seen since your responses to our information requests and the petition, that would be really helpful.
So the project itself, which is needed to provide.
I'm sorry, is this Mr. Roy? I couldn't.
I'm sorry, yes, this is Brian Roy.
Thank you.
Yep. So the project itself is needed to provide necessary system reliability and supply during peak demand periods for a system which is currently served by a single and limited pipeline system, and will consist of the addition of one single 70,000 gallon LNG storage tank. The purpose of this proposed tank is to enhance HG&E's on-site storage of LNG to maintain reliable service during cold weather events that extend over several days. As part of this project, HG&E also anticipates completing complementary site work to improve operating efficiencies, which include the addition of a second vaporization system to provide redundancy, as well as additional on-site improvements for the existing vaporization heating system. In regards to the information request or the previously filed analysis, there have been no changes regarding the need for this project or design of this project.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. I will say, just before we get too far down, when the last time we had a witness panel in the same room, it was really helpful if the witness were to identify themselves before speaking. Thank you. So to the panel, are you aware of any significant legislative or policy developments at the state or federal level that could have an impact on this project and its need?
We are familiar with, my name is Brian Roy. We are familiar with policies that target reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. This project, the addition of the LNG storage tank, does not increase emissions and would not change the need of this project as the company works towards strategic implementation and transition towards.
I'm sorry, as the company worked towards what?
Towards its strategic implementation of electrification technologies.
Thank you. Are you aware of any draft regulations or policy that might affect this project?
This is Brian Roy. I am not aware of any draft policies that would impact this project.
Thank you. Okay, so this might be new, but if it isn't, please clarify. So recently, Mass DEP issued a draft clean heat standard framework. Does that sound familiar, Mr. Roy and panel?
This is Brian Roy. Yes, we have been following the clean heat standard framework by Mass DEP.
Thank you. And to your understanding, how does that or would it apply to HG&E, if at all?
This is Jim Lavelle. We are still trying to determine if municipal utilities will fall under the clean heat standard. But to the extent that they don't, when we do not get wrapped in on certain state legislations relative to climate, we typically follow those standards in any event. So we will continue to monitor the clean heat standard and adopt, you know, if we are not legally bound to it, we will likely be following the guidelines in any event.
Thank you, Mr. Lavelle. I was wondering about that. I point to, for example, in the analysis at Appendix G, you had stated that HG&E commits to ensuring incentives are comparable to, for example, Mass Save. So is it your understanding that most of these state standards are not directly applicable to a muni utility?
This is Jim Lavelle again. Can you clarify the question, please?
Sorry, so you had stated earlier that you're still trying to determine if you yourself as a municipal utility would need to comply with the clean heat standard framework that's being proposed by Mass DEP. Is that correct?
Yes.
So in general, is that the case that these state issued standards are not necessarily prescriptive, but you would still try to follow them?
Yes, that is the case.
Thank you. Okay. So, having said that, I would still like to walk through some of these if you would indulge me. The first question I have is, just for the record, in the clean heat standard framework, they use the term full electrification. Could the company provide a definition for our record of your understanding of what full electrification means?
We have not adopted a definition of full electrification. This is Jim Lavelle, sorry. But, you know, I would imagine that it's the electrification of the heating, transportation sectors, as is commonly referred to in the press, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Lavelle. And again, I'm not saying that you have to comply. I'm just walking through these to see what HG&E, you know, could do. As part of the framework, there is a quote unquote equity carve out that requires 25% of the number of annual households receiving full electrification to comprise of customers eligible for low income discount electricity rates. I guess my question is, does HG&E have a customer base that forms a larger portion of customers that are eligible for low income discount rates than the rest of the state?
This is Jim Lavelle. Yes, we have a significant low income population in Holyoke. We do not have a discount rate for any individual class.
Thank you, Mr. Lavelle. And just because I don't know what the alternative is, how does HG&E help these low income rate eligible customers?
This is Jim Lavelle. We have some of the lowest utility rates in the Commonwealth, which is why we have one rate class for residential. We have several programs that are catered towards helping customers reduce their energy consumption and also incentives that allow them to invest in efficiency measures at 0% interest with on-bill financing.
This is Kate Craven. If I can just, we have a significant portion of our population that is low income. and about a quarter of Holyoke's residents live below the federal poverty level. We have partnerships with Valley Opportunity Council, which is our community
I'm
action.
sorry, we have what?
A partnership with Valley Opportunity Council, which is our community action agency in Holyoke. So we work closely with Valley Opportunity Council and also an organization named Wayfinders in order to help our low-income customers pay some of their heating bills.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan-Craven and Mr. Lavelle. Okay. So, does HG&E have to report its GHG greenhouse gas emission estimates to the state annually?
This is Brian Roy. Yes.
Thank you. So for the record, for my understanding, could you explain how GHG estimates are calculated for reporting and who those figures are reported to?
Yes. So HG&E, this is Brian Roy. HG&E analyzes its system configuration and utilizes factors set forth through AGA agencies to implement into its greenhouse gas calculations, and also incorporates any gas used for utility operations to determine total greenhouse gas emissions for our utility system. These are reported in accordance with Massachusetts DEP requirements to the associated agencies on an annual basis.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Off the top of your head, could you just to fill out the record, tell me what those agencies are?
Off the top of my head, if you could allow me to review that information and get back to you after the break. I just want to make sure I do not leave anything out.
That works. Thank you. Okay, so again, talking about the Mass DEP framework. Again, I understand the application to HG&E, but if you could just indulge me as much as you can. So in one part of the framework, Mass DEP contemplates a credit system for implementation of electrification and emission reduction. To your understanding, or to your analysis rather, could you explain for the record how such a system could be helpful to encouraging electrification? In particular in HG&E's territory.
This is Jim Lavelle. Could you explain the credit?
Okay, so I hope I'm not botching this, but so the framework itself requires a number of homes to be fully electrified each year, and that incrementally increases every year from 2026 onwards. And from what I understand, and I'll give you a chance to review this at the end so you can have a better response and a record request if you would like. But basically, it envisions incremental increases every year from 2026 onwards in terms of annual houses that are electrified in the state, as well as annual increasing carbon emissions required as well from 2026 onwards. So it appears that with each electrification performed, that the utility or the provider that electrifies or causes an emission reduction receives a credit. And what I'm trying to understand is if HE&E, and understanding as well that you're saying that it might not apply, but if HE&E were to receive such credits, would it help with your efforts of electrification, and how would it?
This is Jim Lavelle. Certainly, if there was a financial credit available, it would help us. Given that we have such a large low-income population, one of the challenges we have in trying to push electrification is the cost to the consumer. We do offer 0% interest to customers to replace their heating equipment with electric. We just increased the amount available for air source heat pumps. So the credit would help, yes. But the other challenge we have is the building stock is a bit old in a lot of cases, and the building envelopes are not sealed tightly. So we did a study recently with the Rocky Mountain Institute that suggests that air source heat pumps are not really ideal in cold weather environments for those types of older homes that are not well insulated. So that's another element of a challenge that we're working through.
Thank you, Mr. Lavelle. I really appreciate you continuing to answer my questions on this. The Rocky Mountain Institute report sounds familiar. I'm not sure if it's on the record for this case. Do you know does the company know if that's available to add to as an exhibit here?
We could provide that as a record request response.
That would be great, Mr. Avery.
So why don't we start that as the first record request, RR-EFSB-1, and that's a request for the, go ahead, Wayne, why don't you tell us exactly?
Mr. Lavelle had referenced a Rocky Mountain Institute created report that looked into the value of heat pumps in a cold climate with old building stock. Is that correct, Mr. Lavelle?
Yes, that is correct.
Oh, Mr. Lavelle, can I ask you, was that report related in any way specifically to Holyoke, or was it generally?
It was, I'm told it's specific to Holyoke.
Yes.
Oh, it is. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay, can I continue?
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Lavelle, so that gets into your response with regard to the building stock gets into another question I had with regard to, the potential for credits helping. In the company's Appendix H to the analysis, you talk about infrastructure requirements to sort of further electrification efforts in the Holyoke region. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
So this is a similar question to what you'd answered before, I guess. So from what I understand, your previous response was that even with credits from the state or the feds with regard to electrification, that could help. But there are other costs, such as costs of fixing up old building stock to be able to have electrification be effective. That's also a cost that needs to be contemplated. Is that a good understanding of what you had stated earlier?
Yes.
Thank you. So along those same lines, would any new contemplated credit also need to cover the cost of infrastructure upgrades, such as more transmission, more distribution in Holyoke, in order to help support additional electrification?
Yes, those infrastructure costs have to be paid for from some source of funds.
Thank you. And to go further into Appendix H, there are a few line items in the table. I believe it's close to the end of the appendix, and I'll let you get there. But my question is more general as to, for all those line items described, I see you're still getting there, so I'll give you some time.
Okay,
Thank you.
good.
Thank you.
Or alphabet.
So there are a couple of line items, and my question was, for these contemplated infrastructure upgrades, would they come all at once? Are they contemplated to be distributed over the next few decades? Or is there, for example, a threshold of, now that we've connected this amount of customers electrically, we need all these additional things in order to have any additional connections?
This is Jim Lavelle. The line item cost there would be implemented over several years.
And so those costs, as you said, they need to come from somewhere. So as of right now, are you contemplating that to come from the ratepayers, or is there another source that you're contemplating?
This is Jim Lavelle. We are assuming that the revenue or the funds to support those capital improvements come from the rate base.
Thank you. And just last question on that. For all these costs contemplated, are they looking to... So I guess my question is, are those costs related to having the HG&E electric system meet peak day reliability requirements, or is this even premature to that? This is required to even connect more customer baseload.
This is Jim Lavelle. It's more to connect the incremental electric load additions that we're seeing every day. So the peak day is an issue, but it's more just the incremental load due to normal electrification of the transportation and heating sectors.
Thank you. Okay. So moving on to another part of the framework. Again, I understand the caveats there, but so the framework also contemplates alternative fuels such as waste-based liquid biofuels. My question is, does the company use, or has it considered using such fuels as sort of a bridge solution between now and electrification?
The company does not currently use alternative fuels. However, the company evaluates all potential solutions to meeting energy needs for our community.
Thank you, Mr. Roy, I believe.
Sorry. Yes.
So, Mr. Roy, if you could let me ask further questions on that. Could you describe your recent efforts to investigate, or have you not investigated using alternative fuels to meet the heating needs of your customers?
This is Brian Roy. We continue to evaluate potential alternative fuels for our system. We have in the past evaluated hydrogen for injection into our system to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We currently monitor pilot programs for geothermal systems to evaluate the potential to further reduce greenhouse gas emissions for our community as well. And as any additional technologies are developed, we continue to evaluate those as potential resources for our community. Renewable natural gas is also another solution that we continue to evaluate to see how that could potentially fit within our resource plan as well.
Thank you. And to connect the dots a little bit, is it the result of your analyses that those solutions cannot supplant the installation of a new tank at the site?
This is Brian Roy, and that is correct. Those solutions currently would not address the need of this project.
And would that be because of the scale of those solutions, or is there another reason as well?
This is Brian Roy. This would be predominantly based on scale of the project and the limited ability of those solutions to meet the project need.
Thank you.
Cost is another factor that is analyzed when we research these alternatives as well.
Thank you. I appreciate the response. So, like as I said earlier, I want to give the company the chance, if you would like, to provide a record request response after you've reviewed the framework and its possible application to HG&E. Would you like to take that option?
Yes, this is Brian Roy. Yes, we would.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
that'll be record request RR-EFSB-2, and it's after reviewing the framework that you referred to, the Mass DEP framework, the witnesses will provide any supplemental information they may have. Is that accurate, Mr. Wong?
That's correct, Mr. Shea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to move us back to our own record. So if I could refer the company to your response to information request EFSB-N-11, please, and let me know when you're ready.
This is Brian Roy. I'm ready.
Thank you. So give me 1 second. So towards the second half of that response, the company states that it anticipates a slight increase in peak day gas demand for approximately 10 years after the project, followed by a slow and steady decline, etc. Do you see it?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. So would the fifth tank, also known as the project, be able to provide for that slight increase over the next 10 years?
This is Brian Roy. The fifth tank would support the needs for on-site storage. The complementary site work would be able to support this anticipated increase in demand over the next 10 years.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to refer the company to its information request. Sorry, I'm gonna follow up on what Mr. Roy had said. Could you explain to me what that slight increase in peak day gas demand looks like? Do you have a number figure, or is this more qualitative?
If you bear with me for 1 second, please.
Yep.
This is Brian Roy. If you refer to EFSB N3, table 3.2,
I'm there. Okay.
That table currently shows our extended outlook on the peak day without any expansion. If the project were to be approved, the anticipated increase would add between 500 decatherms and 1,000 decatherms to the peak day over the next 10 years, depending on the targeted additions to the system, where electrification may not be an economical alternative.
Okay. So if I'm understanding right, what you're saying, the slight increase in peak day gas demand would be from, as you say, the targeted electrification, the targeted new natural gas connections, not necessarily from load increases from existing customers.
This is Brian Roy. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So can I refer the company now to your response to information request EFSB-N-28, please?
This is Brian Roy. I'm ready.
Thank you. So from what Mr. Roy, you said previously, to the previous question, it sounds like the conversion of oil and propane users to gas would increase the peak day load for the company. I'm wondering if the company can provide the estimated decrease in greenhouse gas emissions for that switchover.
I'm sorry, could you please clarify the ask of that question?
Yep. So I think partly correct me if I'm wrong, the company has stated that these targeted new gas customers would lead to greenhouse gas emission decreases because those customers are presumed to be using oil and propane from before. My question is actually two-part, but I'll ask the first part, which is, do you have an estimate of the decrease in greenhouse gas emissions from these possible targeted new gas customer connections?
That can be provided through a records request. It would be a little time consuming to put forth a calculation at this time.
Thank you. I will ask the second part before we contemplate a record request, if that's okay.
Yes, that is okay.
Thank you. So, as we talked about earlier, the company has to report its annual estimated greenhouse gas emissions to a number of agencies. I was curious as to whether this calculated reduction in emissions would appear in those reportings as, in fact, an increase and not necessarily credited as a decrease to the company.
This is Brian Roy, and that is correct. The limitations of the current greenhouse gas reporting systems do not account for community-based savings and only look at the utility as a whole. Therefore, any additions to our system, whether it benefits the community or not, may negatively portray our numbers as increasing when in fact they do provide a community benefit.
Thank you. So just so I completely understand, these oil and propane users would not currently be heating customers of the company. Is that correct?
This is Brian Roy, and that is correct.
Thank you. So I would like to ask that record request, which is an estimated value for the decrease in greenhouse gas emissions from changing over customers from oil and propane to gas by HG&E. And let's use the 10-year time frame that the company has proposed before.
Pardon me, this is
Thank you.
this is the reduction from propane to natural gas. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. That would be record request RR-EFSB-3.
Thank you, Mr. Shea.
Thank you.
Yep. So I have a few clarifying questions. This first question refers to the company's analysis at page 3-3. The question doesn't really require you to have that in front of you, but so I'll just ask it and let me know if you need more time. But basically, the company states in its analysis that its annual design day for a peak day for this project accounts for the existing gas moratorium. My question is, what does that, could you explain further what that means to account for the existing moratorium?
This is Brian Roy. That means that there is no new load anticipated to be added to the system, as in accordance with the terms of the moratorium, no new load can be added to HG&E's system. Therefore, the load is constant, save for any reductions created by energy efficiency improvements or reductions in system use based upon HG&E's ongoing engagement with the business community as well as the residential community through our energy efficiency programs.
Thank you. So I guess earlier, Mr. Roy and Mr. Gamble, you'd referred me to table 3.2 of EFSB-N-3. And that provides design date demands from 2018 to 2027 winter seasons. So does this mean that without the moratorium, these values would be, as you had said earlier, Mr. Roy, about 500 to 1,000 decatherms higher for each of the winter seasons?
This is Brian Roy. That is not correct. These 500 to 1,000 decatherms is an aggregate over the 10-year period. The incremental load would be smaller on an annual basis, but over the term would achieve that 500 to 1,000 decatherm increase.
Thank you. And if you're able to, are those increases sort of contemplated as sort of steady with each year, or is that does that seem like something that ramps up over time?
This is Brian Roy. That would be anticipated to be steady each year. However, as part of our annual analysis, the factors would be adjusted accordingly based upon any new information that would come to light.
Thank you. Okay, so now on to the analysis at page 3-10. And I believe, Mr. Roy, you had talked about this, you'd alluded to this, but basically the company states that it does monthly reviews of potential opportunities to balance customer needs and clean energy goals. My question is, could you give me more detail as to what that review looks like and what the analysis looks like?
Yes, this is Brian Roy. I will actually turn this over to Kate Sullivan-Craven, as she is the chair of the Green Team.
Yeah, this is Kate Craven. So in the 2019-2020 timeframe, we actually brought on some new staff, an energy efficiency coordinator, and a commercial technical support engineer in order to help our customers achieve electrification and look towards additional weatherization and energy efficiency projects in their homes and businesses. So we kicked off a green team, and so as identified on 310, we meet monthly. We talk about various things that are happening in the industry. We evaluate what Mass Save is offering and also what other municipal utilities around us are offering their customers. And we try to compare our programs to make sure that they're competitive and also putting our customers in the best potential position. We work with Mass CEC. We actually had 2 customers that were enrolled in the whole home decarbonization pathway program through Mass CEC, and they picked 30 homes throughout the state of Massachusetts, and 2 in Holyoke were selected.
I'm sorry, they picked 30 homes throughout the state of Massachusetts, what?
Yes, and 2 homes of those 30 were selected in Holyoke, and they're 2 of our customers, and they have done a whole home conversion on their homes. So the green team, just to talk a little bit about what's happening on page 310 there, we meet monthly and analyze some of these resources and just make sure that we're up to date on the latest trends so that we can help our customers move towards electrification.
Thank you. So does the green team meet in public, or is this sort of just the team meeting itself?
It's a team meeting. It's several key employees from throughout the organization, but we do surveys and we also bring in customer feedback. As a municipal utility, we all live and work in the community, and we have a lot of ties to various folks who are making these improvements in their homes. So we bring real customer experiences back to our meetings so that we can make the best decisions for our customers. We are also our customers, so it's helpful that we kind of have our ear to the ground, and we know these people who are making these improvements. So a little bit different than just a traditional corporate meeting structure. We have a lot of feedback from the local community and also stakeholders and elected officials.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan-Craven. Something you brought up that just brought me back to a question I wanted to ask, and just to clarify. So you brought up Mass Save, and I believe we talked previously about how HG&E tries to ensure its incentives are comparable to Mass Save. Is HG&E considered an electricity seller under Mass Save, or no?
No, we have our own program, but Mass Save obviously does heavy marketing in and around our community because they have some of our neighboring communities are Mass Save customers. So we just want to make sure that we have offerings that are competitive with Mass Save. So if a customer hears a Mass Save ad and they're interested in doing, a whole home air source heat pump or additional weatherization of their home, that we have incentives with our own programs. We work with our joint action agency, MWEC, and also Energy New England, in order to provide energy efficiency programs to our customers as well.
Thank you. So just further, so I can understand the structure, if a customer connected on HG&E's network wanted to participate in Mass Save, they wouldn't be able to. They would have to. They just wouldn't have the option. Is that correct?
This is Jim Lavelle. Point of clarification, we serve natural gas in Southampton, a neighboring town, and those customers are served by Eversource for their electricity. So they could double dip. They are eligible for Mass Save, and they're also eligible for our incentive programs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lavelle. I appreciate the precision on that. I guess to just further to understand that Mass DEP question I had earlier, is there a difference between the application of these statewide standards to a utility gas provider versus a utility electricity provider, or is it are they equally sort of siphoned off from those in your understanding?
This is Jim Lavelle. HG&E, as the other municipals in the state, are exempt from Mass Save.
Okay, I guess my question was more general. Was as a municipal gas and electric provider, are you exempt from anything similar to Mass Save, any state related standards, or is this on a case-by-case basis based off of how the legislation or regulation was worded?
We are exempt on both electric and gas as a function of the statute.
Okay. Thank you. And so for the record request that I wanted your response to on the clean heat, I would just want to clarify that I would like a statement to that effect as well, just so it's clear on the record, if that understanding is correct. Is that possible?
I believe so. We will add that to the response.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Avery.
And just to make the clear, that's the record request RR-EFSB-3, right?
No, that is, I believe, 2.
Okay, RR-EFSB-2. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So moving on back to the analysis at 3-1. This is just a quick clarifying question. In that part of the analysis, the company describes its choice of the HDD. And I just want to understand if that choice was just based off of a historically recorded coldest day, or if there was another factor that went into the choice of that particular HDD.
This is Brian Roy, and that was based upon an actual historic event. The prior historic event was 66 degree days. Upon receipt of a new updated event, we updated our model accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Okay, so with the company, again, for the record, could you give me an example of interruptible customers in your practice?
This is Brian Roy, and yes. So we have approximately 25 interruptible customers, and these customers, in order to qualify for the rate, they maintain dual fuel systems, so that upon notice from HG&E, they need to convert their systems to run on the alternative fuel to maintain operations. These customers may use natural gas for heating systems. Some may use it for process systems. Historically, the alternative fuels maintained on site have been oil or propane, and they will essentially convert their systems until HG&E notifies them that natural gas capacity is available for their intended use moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Are these customers generally large, or could they be households as well?
This is Brian Roy. These customers are typically large customers. For example, we have a local community college that runs a boiler plant on this rate. We have a local Soldiers Veterans Hospital that is also on the rate, for 2 examples of the large customers on this classification.
Thank you. I appreciate the additional information. Okay, so on to page 3-8 of the analysis. So let me know when you're ready to answer.
This is Brian Wright. I am ready.
Thank you. So, my question sort of relates to that table tangentially, but I'm wondering if you could give me some practical idea of how much time it takes for an LNG tank to enter a site, pump its contents into the existing storage tanks, and then leave the site for each trip.
Sure. This is Brian Roy. The typical site time ranges between 60 and 75 minutes between arrival, check-in with the plant operator, arriving at the unloading station, performing the unload, and then following unload, signing out of the facility before heading back to their next destination.
I'm sorry, and then following the unload, what?
Oh, following the unload, check out of the facility, sign out of the plant. We log all visitors. So after the sign out procedure, then they head to their next destination.
Thank you. So, to extrapolate that, on that day with 10 trips, that would have lasted between 10 to 12 hours of just constant trucking. Is that what that day would have looked like?
This is Brian Roy. That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. So, moving back to the information request responses, could I refer the company to its response information request EFSB-N-13, please?
This is Brian. Please go ahead with your question.
Yep. So, I'd like a sort of an explanation as to how the company's contemplated project that would add about 2 days of peak day capacity would would fare in a 10-day cold snap model. I understand that the cold snap, like having the coldest day, doesn't mean that that's a peak day heating, but I just want to make sure that the connections are made for my purposes. Whether the company's capacity that contemplates 2 peak days meets up with the company's modeled 10-day cold snap scenario, if you could.
Sure, this is Brian Roy. So the 70,000 gallon LNG storage tank would add approximately 5,000 decatherms of on-site storage capacity. That additional 5,000 decatherms of on-site storage capacity is the equivalent of 5 to 7 LNG trucks. The difficulty during a cold snap for Holyoke is ensuring LNG trucks are delivered within scheduled windows to maintain sufficient operations. The addition of the tank will provide sufficient storage capabilities that improve operational flexibility with scheduling due to potential weather events that could delay a truck. That said, having two days of on-site storage capabilities is sufficient for our system to maintain reliable flow for our community under peak operations during a 10-day event, given how we contract with LNG suppliers to ensure our needs are met.
Thank you. Could you, Mr. Roy, if you could help me understand further? So, historically, when the company has met extended peak events, how did it manage to meet the heating needs of its customers?
This is Brian Roy. We addressed this briefly in the analysis. If you bear with me, I just want to pull up the correct page.
Yep. And I'm also looking at EFSB-N-19. Yep.
This is Brian Roy, thank you. So historically, if you refer to table 3.4 in the analysis, we had strategically worked with Tennessee Gas on overtakes to meet a prior 10-day cold snap period. However, that cannot always be counted upon. So we do analyze based on a 3-day aggregate heating degree demand of 150.
I'm sorry, a 3-day aggregate. What?
Heating degree day, HDD, of 150 or greater, as that will require multiple LNG deliveries to supply our system. Those on average, based on the last 10 years, 6 events per year, of which we had a peak of 21 in the winter of 2014 and 15, and a minimum of 1 this past winter of 2022-23. We analyzed the weather events to determine our need within the 3-day period to coordinate with LNG suppliers well in advance to make sure the deliveries will accommodate the forecasted events as they occur.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Okay. So at the company's response to EFSB-N-12, the company refers to a new supply source in Massachusetts that will be coming online by the end of the calendar year. Is the company referring to the Northeast Energy Center as Mr. Gamble had referred to earlier today?
This is Brian Roy. Yes, the company is referring to the Northeast Energy Center.
Thank you. If you are able to, could you tell us if the company is or intends to contract with that company for capacity, for LNG capacity on peak days?
This is Brian Roy. We have been engaged with representatives from NEC regarding the potential supply of LNG for our system. We evaluate the cost impacts to our system compared to other resources, as well as reliability improvements that could be gained from a site located in close proximity to our station. So while there is currently no contract with NEC, given that the facility is not currently operational, we do remain engaged, recognizing the potential benefit of a resource this close to our system.
Thank you. The company and its information response to EFSB-N-21 refers to some issues with contracting trucking companies. And I'll let you get to that before I ask the question.
This is Brian Roy. Thank you. I am at the question.
Thank you. So having that response in mind, does the difficulty of contracting LNG transportation even make the fact that the LNG is closer an issue, or do you think that would still be a preferable alternative for LNG as a source?
This is Brian Roy. Based on discussions with LNG transporter, there are regional transporters that a facility this close to our site may result in improved efficiencies and may address part of the concern, though not eliminate it.
Thank you. Okay. And again, this could be a similar response, but at page 3-7, the company states that it has increasing concern for its ability to restore LNG inventory. And let me know if you need time to get there.
I'm sorry, can you please confirm this is 3-7 of the analysis?
That's correct.
Thank you, I am there.
Yeah. So do you see where the company states that there's increasing concern for its ability to restore LNG inventory?
Last paragraph, last sentence.
Yes, yep.
Thank you. I wanted just more clarity on what increasing concern meant.
This is Brian Roy. The increasing concerns were related to the difficulties that the company had in contracting with LNG suppliers from greater distances from our facility. The longer the distance from our facility, the greater the risk for deliveries to meet the schedule in terms of replenishing supply.
Thank you. So it sounds like it's more logistical and might not have to do with competition for that LNG.
This is Brian. It is predominantly based on location and not competition at this point.
Thank you. Okay. Those are my need questions. I believe my colleague, Mr. Strasberg, has some questions. It might be, Mr. Shea, do you think it's time for a break?
I think, yes, if we're gonna this would be a natural transition. Perhaps take a 10-minute break and come back here at 11:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
we'll just wait for, we're not, so. Yeah, I'm microphone's on.
Here, Mr. Roy was able to check on that reporting question that Mr. Wang had asked, and you could give that update now if that's convenient. When we go back on the record.
Want to go back on the record? Joan and Nathaniel aren't here.
Nathaniel's
we'll
here.
wait.
Yeah.
Oh, Nathaniel's
Nathaniel,
here.
if you
Okay.
could turn your camera on.
Joan's here. All right, yeah, let's go back on the record. Yes.
So this is Brian Roy. Just following up on the question regarding who we report our greenhouse gas emissions to. So we report them manually to Mass DEP, and then we also report them manually to EPA Region 1.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. So before I let Mr. Strasberg ask this question, I just want again pose this hypothetical question. This again relates to that Mass DEP framework, unfortunately. But if HG&E were required, I'm not saying through this particular standard, but if HG&E were required to electrify much quicker than it's been able to, and I understand you've stated it's there's a lot of factors that get into why electrification is at the rate that it is. If it were to require to electrify at a much quicker pace, how would that affect the need for this project, if at all?
So this is Brian Roy from Holyoke Gas and Electric. The average residential home consumes 1 decatherm per peak day. So even with acceleration of electrification, at minimal annual savings of 1 decatherm per peak day, the project would still be needed to facilitate long-term needs for electrification for the upgrades that are required for our electric infrastructure, as those updates could not occur overnight. For example, we are currently seeing lead times for transformers that are upwards of 3 years out. So even with extended lead times caused by supply chain disruptions, we would still have a need for this project to support the existing customers to reliably and safely serve them.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. And I this might be, so I'm working this out in my mind. And let me know if this is not a feasible exercise, but if you're able to, will the company be able to come up with a rate? And I understand, you talked about, the infrastructure upgrades, the transformers required, and so on. If you could come up with a rate of electrification that would make this project not needed, do you think that that's a possible number you could come up with? And that would just give me an idea of, okay, that seems impossible. Do you know what I mean?
This is Brian Roy. So the project itself is needed today, and even for the rate of electrification, if we did 100% electrification of the residential heating sector, we would still have essentially 50% of our peak demand on the system and still need LNG to supply the commercial and industrial systems. Additionally, as I previously mentioned, with the extended lead times for electric components being multiple years out, with a project need of today, the project itself would still be needed, as we could not even accommodate full electrification instantaneously due to factors outside of our control.
Thank you. Do you generally find it would be harder to convert those large-scale industrial customers versus households, or vice versa?
This is Brian Roy. It would be harder to convert the industrial sector than it would be the residential sector, particularly because the industrial sector, in addition to needs for supplemental heating, they also have industrial needs for operations in which there may not be alternatives currently developed for technologies to support their existing operational needs.
Is that something that, as Ms. Sullivan Craven and yourself, Mr. Roy, talked about, that you were always looking at new technologies? Is that something that is part of what the Green Team is also looking at in terms of industrial electrification?
This is Brian Roy. Yes, that is part of discussions when the Green Team meets, is technologies that can be implemented. We also have a key accounts technical engineer that works with our business community to discuss our energy efficiency programs, as well as potential resources that can allow them to maintain efficiency upgrades, as well as potential cost savings through alternative technologies.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. I'm going to pass the time to Mr. Strasberg now. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, very good. Good afternoon. My name is Nathaniel Strasberg. I'm an energy analyst here at EFSB. Thank you so much for your time and your efforts so far. And I'm going to jump into questions about a fifth tank. We've talked a bit about, why a fifth is the desired capacity. But I'd like to ask more questions about it to sketch as thorough of a picture as I can on this subject. So to start off, as I understand it, from reading the various accounts, HG&E has previously pursued options more broad-based than a fifth tank, like the MOU with CMA. Can you please confirm that that's correct?
This is Brian Roy. Yes, that is correct. We've evaluated projects beyond the LNG tank.
Thank you so much. I'd like to know, how did the company, in tandem with the city, decide that HG&E should move forward with only a fifth tank, particularly in light of those more broad-based decisions, those more broad-based pursuits that were previously explored?
Again, this is Brian Roy. So our concern is predominantly peaking based. And when we look at alternatives such as pipeline solutions, those basically create additional capacity year-round, whereas the need for our community is related to those peak events, particularly during the winter season. Under the understanding that we are on an energy transition, we evaluated solutions that would not only address the project needs, but that would also be mindful of cost impacts and avoiding stranded costs as we see an increase in electrification, and in an effort wanting to maintain affordability for our community, which, as Ms. Craven previously had reported, of which over 25% is below the poverty level.
Thank you. You've written about this in the record, of course. I'm just wondering if you could provide detail in the context of this discussion more about the MOU with CMA, and I just wonder if you could describe why that did fall through.
Sure. So again, this is Brian Roy. The MOU exercised with CMA CMA currently Eversource was executed in 2017 and fell through in 2019. The project itself would have seen HG&E relocate its main supply from the Northampton lateral to Tennessee's main line in Agawam. As a result, HG&E would also be able to receive an additional 5,000 decatherms of supply to its gate, and CMA would then be able to utilize Holyoke's capacity in its Northampton territory, which is on the Northampton lateral. Following the unfortunate events of September 13th, 2018 in the Merrimack Valley, CMA reevaluated the project as a whole and shifted itself away from projects it deemed expansion for any of its territories, of which the MOU would have been, as it would have allowed them to increase customers in its Northampton territory, and focused more on their reliability projects. So the Greater Springfield Reliability Project had the efforts that would have supported Holyoke's needs eliminated, and they shifted towards the project that is currently in front of the EFSB regarding the reliability efforts that they're looking to address as their main priority at this time.
Thank you very much. That was very clarifying. Wayne did discuss this briefly just prior. But I'm looking at information request EFSB N27, just the small quote of where it says one tank allows HG&E to maintain just over 2 peak days worth of on-site capacity. And at the risk of being redundant, I would like to delve into that matter one more time. Why is just over 2 peak days worth? Why is that considered adequate as opposed to a larger amount or a smaller amount? Why hone in on that? Why hone in on this particular increase?
Sure. So this is, again, Brian Roy, and the reason that one tank is sufficient for the 2 peak days of on-site capacity is, one, again, it allows us to avoid stranded costs as the Commonwealth works towards a carbon-free future. And with our existing contracting for LNG services, it provides flexibility for HG&E to strategically implement deliveries as needed and still allow for potential disruptions due to weather events that may delay or impact scheduling of LNG.
As weather becomes more severe, if there is an event, if there's an emergency weather event that lasts much longer, and again, I know we've discussed this a little bit, I'm wondering if we could explore it a little bit further. How would HG&E be prepared to respond? I think you mentioned 10 days as a potential duration. I guess, can you speak to this further, please? Beyond 10 days, maybe a little less than 10 days, but well beyond this 2-day capacity. Please.
Sure. This is Brian Roy. And part of our resource portfolio includes a strategy of diversifying the path of supply. And so
I'm sorry, diversifying what?
Path of supply. And part of that is our LNG does not necessarily come from the same direction, so that if there is a weather event in one area, we are able to pull from other resources to maintain the delivery schedule as needed. We obviously do not want to, for lack of better term, put all our eggs in one basket. And so this diversity allows us, again, the flexibility needed to efficiently schedule deliveries to maintain reliable and safe supply.
Thank you. So if I understand that correctly, if there were to be a longer emergency weather event, resources could be diverted in the mid or longer term to accommodate the event. Did I understand that correctly?
This is Brian. Again, yes, that is correct. That is part of our strategy for maintaining a reliable resource.
Okay. Please indulge me for a moment on this question. So we have the construction cost of a fifth tank. What would be the difference in the cost between a fifth tank versus a sixth tank, or even going beyond a sixth tank? Could you please speak to that?
Sure, this is Brian again. Order of magnitude wise, the cost of the fifth tank is projected at $4.4 million. The cost of an LNG tank is approximately half of that cost. Economies of scale, you're looking at increasing, you're probably looking at $7 million for a sixth tank, not including any potential environmental impacts that would be created, as the siting would have to be reevaluated to ensure that any additional enhancements would comply with all applicable regulations. Also, the current site has a solar field located directly outside of it. Any additional enhancements would actually cut into HG&E's already aggressive renewable portfolio and would result in a decrease in our solar capacity for our system. So it would actually have negative impacts if we looked beyond a fifth tank on what we're already doing on the clean energy side.
Would new land need to be acquired in any particular scenario?
This is Brian. New land would have to be required if we were to situate the facility elsewhere. We currently maintain over 20 acres of land at the existing West Holyoke facility. Therefore, there could be available land. However, the land is currently developed with solar panels, and that would have to be reduced to accommodate additional tanks at the site.
Thank you. Please refer to the company's response to information request EFSB N-19. So I'll read as follows some of the language. Based on the limited on-site storage capacity, an extended peak event is an event in which the 3-day peak event with aggregate HDD of 150 or greater requires multiple LNG deliveries. The 10-year average is 6 such events per year, with a peak of 21 for winter 2014-15 and a minimum of 1 in winter.
Sorry, I couldn't understand you with the peak of 21 what?
With a peak of 21 for winter 2014 to 2015 and a minimum of 1 in winter 2022 to 2023. Is there any record of a peak event that lasted longer than 3 days? If so, describe, please.
This is Brian Roy. The peak events identified in that data are rolling peak day events. So those could already be incorporated in the totals. That said, if there were essentially another 50 heating degree days, which is the average based on the 3-day heating degree day total, therefore increasing, making a 4-day event 200 heating degree days, there would be no events that meet that criteria. So the 3 heating degree days of 150 heating degree days represents a peak system event for analysis.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Assuming that energy demand and extreme weather events continue to increase, and natural gas remains the most viable interim energy resource for the near and midterm, and/or midterm, how would you describe HG&E's near and midterm strategies for avoiding supply failures during peak day cold snap conditions beyond a fifth tank? Again, I realize you've spoken about this, but I'm wondering if we could explore it further, please.
This is, again, Brian Roy. So beyond a fifth tank, actually, sorry, could you please clarify if by beyond a fifth tank, are you referring to if the tank were not installed?
So, no. So let's say that the tank is installed, but severe weather continues to increase, or the frequency of severe weather continues to increase, and energy demand continues to increase. Considering both of those trends, beyond the installation of a fifth tank, can you speak to HG&E's strategy, maybe in the near term and the midterm, for avoiding supply failure in light of those two increasing trends, increasing severe weather, increasing energy demand? Please.
Sure. So again, this is Brian Roy. And I guess I would like to just state that even as the risk of increased weather events has been stated, I think we can look at last year as an example, as the weather itself is unpredictable. We had a very warm winter last year where we only had one peak event. So we continue to obviously evaluate and monitor our system and the resources in order to reliably and safely serve our constituents. With that, in addition, of the tank, we have our interruptible customers, which we are able to request that they curtail their supply during peak events to make capacity available for our firm customers. We have an emergency plan that allows us to selectively shed load as needed if we were to end up in an emergency event or a force majeure situation in which supply to firm customers could be impacted as well. So we have a number of resources that we continue to evaluate and analyze annually to ensure that our community is receiving safe and reliable fuel, and that even with potential for extended weather events, that we remain in a position that a customer would not see an impact during these situations, and that they can maintain the comfort that they require at their home.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. So in light of the considerable human and economic risks associated with supply failure, are there any circumstances that would warrant consideration of expansion of the Northampton Lateral, construction of the Ackermont Highway and/or Whiting Farm Road projects, and/or implementation of other alternative measures in addition to a fifth tank, or just on their own?
This is Brian Roy again. The fifth tank on its own would allow for those alternatives to not be constructed based on our analysis of our long-term needs as we look towards energy transition. The other projects on their own could address the project need. However, given where we are in the energy transition and where the Commonwealth is with their climate goals, the other projects would result in long-term stranded costs as customers eventually convert to electric systems and reducing the need for natural gas in the long term. So one project on its own would address the project need, and thus not require the additional alternatives discussed. And the additional fifth tank at the LNG facility, as demonstrated in the analysis, represents the least cost and lowest impact project to the community and falls in line with the long-term climate targets.
Thank you very much. So now I'd like to refer to the company's response to information request EFSB N32, where it says, as the system reliability concern is related to peaking service versus year-round baseload, the company would prefer the construction of new LNG facility with added storage capacity over the expansion of a portion of the Northampton lateral alternative. I would just like to explore more of these alternatives just for a moment, please, if I could. If the Northampton lateral were expanded, how much additional baseload gas would be available?
This is Brian Roy. So we would have to discuss further with Tennessee Gas Pipeline to finalize the volume amounts, but for the analysis, this was based on an additional 5,000 decatherms, which per their calculations was the 12-inch loop that was.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you. Which further calculation, what?
Oh, for 5,000 decatherms for the 12-inch pipeline loop.
Thank you. During peak day cold snap conditions, assuming that this expanded source were operating as required, to what extent could it be relied upon to provide adequate supply beyond the approximately 2-day window during peak day cold snap conditions?
This is Brian again. Per our analysis, an additional 5,000 decatherms of peak day supply could result in a decrease in the number of times the LNG facility operates per year. However, the pipeline project itself would not eliminate the risk of a single source of supply and would still necessitate some form of backup to ensure our customers have reliable energy supply.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. If there were a supply disruption, would every property simultaneously be cut off? Or could you
This is Brian. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done the question. I'll let you carry on. I apologize.
No, please. That was my error. Please go ahead.
This is Brian again. If there was a supply disruption, we monitor systems, including inlet pressure from Tennessee Gas Pipeline. We monitor informational postings from Tennessee Gas Pipeline to see how their system is operating and to see if there are any potential constraints on the system which could impact our supply. Therefore, if there was a supply disruption, we would proactively implement systems such as the LNG facility to ensure our customers do not experience an instantaneous outage. And depending on the magnitude of the supply disruption, we would look at additional resources, for example, our interruptible customers, and curtailing them to ensure that our firm base had the energy it required.
By your mention of interruptible customers, and this was discussed previously with Wayne, would you say that there's a hierarchy in terms of which properties could be cut off and when, or there's a hierarchy in terms of how the event would unfold?
This is Brian. For the interruptible customers, there's no hierarchy. We treat all interruptible customers equally, and therefore, if we do issue a curtailment, they would all be impacted. There's no preferential preferential treatment to anyone on that rate class.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now I'm honing in on the company's analysis at 3.1, and rather, as well as the company's response. This is perhaps the central matter, the company's response to information request EFSB N2, where it says the West Holyoke facility has less than 2 days. Okay, so 2 days of on-site storage capacity.
I'm sorry, where it says when?
My apologies, and I'm being redundant here in stating this, but this is where it says that the West Holyoke facility has less than 2 days of on-site storage capacity. Where I'm going with this is the following question. How would you describe the risk of pipeline curtailment, or what is the risk of pipeline curtailment?
This is Brian again. So as stated in Exhibit EFSB-N-2, the company has been fortunate that Tennessee Gas has a history of reliable service and has not curtailed our firm capacity over the prior 10 years. That said, there are a number of factors such as interconnected parties' nominations for their system demands on peak days or throughout the year, as well as any market demand, weather impacts, or pipeline conditions that would force Tennessee to determine what level of restrictions become required for them to maintain operations for their primary firm customers, followed by their secondary customers. So while we maintain primary supply to our system, there remains a risk through which Tennessee can curtail that supply, and we need to make sure, and we need to ensure that our system is prepared to respond if any risk were deemed necessary and appropriate by Tennessee Gas Pipeline.
Thank you. So you've I guess to follow up, you've described market conditions, a couple of other factors. Is there perhaps a more specific scenario that you could sketch just so I could have a deeper understanding of the risk?
Sure. So, for example, Tennessee has compressor stations on their system that are designed to ensure pressures are adequate for end use. While Tennessee Gas does schedule maintenance during low demand seasons, such as the summer, to ensure this equipment is operational, as anyone is aware, mechanical systems can, unfortunately, fail or have issues, and therefore we need to be prepared for either equipment failure or another risk, as we see as a distribution outfit, is there can always be the risk of third-party damage, whether it be vandalism, excavation, and that can also create an issue for the system to not operate as intended.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to pivot to the issue of permitting. And I'd like to ask, if I could, why is the, can you please explain why the EFSB permit is the only one required?
Sure, I can start, and I'll probably turn it over to John Zimmer, but this is Brian Roy. So for the project itself, there is no need for any zoning permitting, as the site is already permitted for municipal use and also permitted by the city for the use of gas and electric operations as governed by Mass General Law, Chapter 164, through which we operate under. Regarding additional permits, on the environmental side, we do not trigger MEPA given the facility location. There is no air impact resulting in the installation of an LNG tank. There is no impact for stormwater, though we are implementing systems that will incorporate best management practices in accordance with Massachusetts. And I believe that John, do you want to, is there anything I'm missing, I believe?
Sure, this is John Zimmer. The other main one is there are no wetland impacts associated with the project. So there is no permitting requirements from the local conservation commission, the Mass Department of Environmental Protection, or the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Additionally, we are not located within any rare species habitat, so we do not have to obtain any approvals from natural heritage. And we are also not within an area that is culturally sensitive, so there's no additional review required by Mass Historical Commission.
Thank you very much. If the project were being executed by a private entity, would that permitting landscape change in any way? Would there be requirement? I mean, you've spoken that there's not environmental issues or conservation issues, other various issues, but would that change? Would any regulatory scheme kick in if a private entity were advancing this?
Can I just ask for clarification on the question at the same site?
Yes, please.
So this is Jim Lavelle. If the developer had the same rights that the municipal utility enjoys with respect to the property ownership, then there would be no change in permitting.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that answer. I'd like to pivot now to the matter of gas distribution system design. And I'm looking at the company's analysis at 5.2.
Sorry, is that 5-2?
Yes, please, 5-2. And this may be just a technical matter, but I guess I'm looking for some clarification on it. It says here, HG&E recognized the need for additional LNG storage capacity to readily interconnect to its gas distribution system, and preferably its high-pressure gas distribution system. Can you please describe the difference between, I'm sorry, can you please describe the difference between HG&E's gas distribution system and its high-pressure gas distribution system, and why connection with the high-pressure system would be preferable?
Sure. This is Brian with Holyoke again. And the high-pressure gas distribution system is a component of HG&E's gas distribution system. HG&E operates 3 pressure systems across its distribution system. There is a high-pressure gas distribution system that operates up to a maximum allowable operating pressure of 80 psi-G. There is an intermediate pressure system that operates under a maximum allowable operating pressure of 60 psi-G. And then there is a low-pressure distribution system, which operates at 1/3 of a psi-G. The reason that a connection to the high-pressure gas distribution system is ideal is that the high-pressure distribution system feeds into each subsequent system. Therefore, injecting supply into that system will ensure that all customers receive the benefit and reliable source of supply.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'd like to shift to the matter of local economic need. And I'm honing in on the company's analysis at 622, but the general gist of it is I'm interested in a description of how targeted incremental natural gas service to existing and future customers would satisfy local economic needs. Please.
Sure, this is Brian Roy, and the project along with the complementary site work, allowing the targeted incremental natural gas service would allow existing businesses the opportunity to expand operations that require natural gas supply, provided there's no alternative resource available that is economical. And it would also allow the city to market potential natural gas availability to prospective developers in an effort to promote business development within the community. The moratorium itself has resulted in businesses shying away from the community, resulting in economic losses. Having available capacity to address potential needs when there's not an alternative available would benefit the city and the tax base as a result.
Thank you very much. So now I'm focusing on the serial aspect of the facility, and this is with reference to the company's response to information request EFSB N34. And it says here, with the project, the company would maintain a single facility with multiple tanks, where tanks could be retired serially as the energy transition proceeds. And so I just wanted to ask a couple follow-up questions. The first one being, does the company have a plan or timeline for such serial retirement? If so, could you please describe?
This is Brian again, and the retirement itself had been addressed in EFSB G5, in which there is currently no.
I'm sorry. In EFSB what?
G-5. And again, in that response, it had been stated that there is currently no retirement date set for this facility. In EFSB N-34, we do reference the potential for serial retirement, as the facility would consist of individual tanks that, as electrification results in decreased demand, it would allow HG&E to review its supply portfolio and reduce the footprint of the existing facility as energy demand needs shifted towards electrification as is currently anticipated.
Thank you.
So there is no. Yep.
Can you provide, please, greater detail about how this serial aspect makes the West Holyoke facility competitive in terms of scalability toward both retirement and expansion in comparison to other options? Please.
Sure. Again, this is Brian Roy. So the Appermont Highway site would have no scalability. It would also provide the greatest level of stranded costs given its size and projected cost of over $7 million to construct. The Whiting Farm site would similarly allow for a serial retirement. However, it would involve more complex operations, as prior to that, HG&E would be forced to maintain and operate two separate facilities, therefore increasing labor costs and operations, and thus burdening the rate base, as well as substantial greater impacts given the need to develop a new site, which would require potential permitting challenges not currently required with the existing West Holyoke facility.
Thank you. I'd like to circle back to the topic of supply disruption, specifically with regard to delivery trucks. And Wayne, and you had already had a discussion about it, but I'd like to follow up on that if I could. I'm interested in greater detail about the risk of supply disruption with respect to truck deliveries. How should the risk be understood? I'll leave it at that. How should we go about understanding the risk for deliveries? What might stop deliveries, or what might delay deliveries? How reliable are they?
This is Brian Roy again. So we maintain constant communication with our LNG suppliers and their transport teams to ensure that deliveries are received as needed. And as part of that, that includes pre-scheduling deliveries ahead of potential weather events given forecasts, or adjusting scheduled delivery times to accommodate the deliveries ahead of a potential weather impact. This ensures that the supply needs are met while still providing flexibility in terms of ensuring the delivery is not delayed by a weather event itself. The other potential risk could be traffic delays. However, we maintain constant communication, as previously stated, with the dispatchers of those transport teams to ensure that we can receive deliveries if there is a potential delay, and ensuring the site is operational when they do arrive.
Thank you. Has there ever been a delay?
This is Brian Roy again. Yes, there have been delays. Potentially, there could be, depending on the source of supply, there could be delays at a border crossing. There could be delays if, for example, the Mass Pike sometimes reduces the travel speed due to inclement weather, and that may delay the arrival a little. However, these are not events that we are unprepared for, as through the constant communication, we're able to prepare and adapt accordingly so that we still receive the delivery as needed ahead of schedule, or ahead of need.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I guess we've talked about Charlton a bit, but I would like to follow up. When Charlton does come online, would it be possible during a design day event to feasibly sustain the West Holyoke facility through deliveries?
This is Brian. So it would be possible. It would be based upon our contractual need, or our contractual terms with NEC, but that would be addressed ahead of time to ensure that any supply from this facility would be able to meet the needs of Holyoke system.
In your description of that possibility, are you thinking that the fifth tank would have been built at that point, or not yet?
This is Brian. This is as this facility currently stands, and if the fifth tank is approved and goes in, the annual contract for LNG supply would be amended to reflect any additional needs. However, the annual contract is not forecasted to change. It's currently forecasted to remain the same. Therefore, the annual contracts and volumes would remain consistent with current levels at this stage.
Thank you. In the previous discussion with Wayne, it was my understanding that you had been in communication with Charlton. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Have you communicated with Charlton about leveraging the facility in the context of an emergency event?
This is Brian. The potential of leveraging the facility during an emergency event has been informally discussed. However, the site itself is not currently operational, and therefore we would not place reliance upon the site until demonstration of operation.
Thank you. I'd like to pivot to the topic of supply disruption in adjacent communities. Can you speak briefly, please, to the difference in risk of supply disruption between Holyoke and surrounding municipalities under uniform weather conditions?
Sure. This is Brian. Holyoke is fed solely off of the Tennessee Gas Pipeline. Other municipalities, Tennessee Gas Pipeline, Northampton Lateral. Other municipalities
I'm sorry,
are,
Tennessee Gas Pipeline or what?
Northampton Lateral. Other municipalities are served through other supply resources. Actually, I should ask the question, are you referring to municipalities in terms of municipal utilities or municipalities in terms of neighboring communities?
I was referring to municipalities in terms of neighboring communities, the municipal boundaries, within the municipal boundaries.
I apologize, and please allow me to correct myself. So in addition to Holyoke, there are a number of other communities in the area supplied by the Northampton Lateral, including Westfield, including Northampton, East Hampton, Amherst, Hadley. These communities are served by other utilities, and the Northampton Lateral is part of their resource plan. A lateral disruption or failure would impact service to these communities as well, requiring them to enact whatever resources they have available to ensure reliable energy supply to their customers. And should these resources be insufficient to meet need, require them to enact their emergency operating plans, which would detail load curtailment schedules to ensure emergency supply is met to primary operators first before any load that may be deemed non-emergency related.
Thank you. Is it conceivable that during a design day event in Holyoke, gas in adjacent municipalities could be diverted? Or to what extent might that happen? Or might that be possible?
This is Brian Roy. Under a peak event in our community, other utilities would also be experiencing peak events, as heating load does provide a substantial component of energy demand on a peak day. Therefore, the ability to divert supply during peak events from other communities or systems would be limited, if at all possible.
Just so I understand, because Holyoke and the adjacent communities would probably be experiencing the same conditions or similar conditions, right?
That is correct.
But in light of Holyoke's unique vulnerability with the tank, could Holyoke be thought about differently in that sense? That Holyoke would experience a vulnerability where other municipalities might not experience a vulnerability? Or that's not or is that not the thinking?
This is Brian Roy. That would not be the case.
Okay, thank you. To explore the customer, I'm thinking about customer base versus supply flexibility. And I'd just like to start off with this basic question. Would a fifth tank increase the company's gas heating customer base?
This is Brian Roy again. The tank itself would not increase the customer base.
Thank you. For clarification, is the tank thought of more in terms of providing needed flexibility?
This is Brian Roy. The tank is thought of in terms of providing necessary resiliency to meeting energy demand by increasing available capacity on site.
Thank you. So now I'm referencing the company's response to information request, EFSB N-6. And there's a description there of supply failure, where it simply states a failure during peak or near peak conditions would be catastrophic to the region. And just building on the company's response to information request EFSB N-30, I'm interested in learning more about, in greater detail about the following types of failure in terms of the human cost of it, in terms of the physical cost of it, and other potential costs of supply failure. I do recognize that in the company's response, it said that these costs are very hard to ascertain, but I'm wondering if any additional detail could be provided here.
Again, this is Brian Roy. So again, the company recognizes that the cost of disruption would be substantial in terms of a monetary value. And again, there are the human costs as well. The challenge is that depending on the magnitude of customers' loss, that unlike the electric industry where after a disruption, electric can come back on immediately, natural gas service has to be isolated and then safely restored. There are considerable costs incorporated in the time to complete these restoration efforts, first for the isolation, then for the restoration, not including any segmentizing of the system itself. And when we look at the magnitude of a failure of a lateral, then we are starting to look at the resources to be able to complete these isolations. And given the time required, it is likely that any labor under these scenarios would be under a time or under a double time scenario to be able to safely and reliably isolate these systems in an efficient manner. The costs associated would be well in the millions to be able to do an isolation of this size. And again, there are other factors in addition to the field effort, as well as the administration effort, the engineering effort to design the safe segmentizing of the system, as well as the safe restoration. And these costs altogether are why it is difficult to provide a monetary value beyond a high level, which as stated would be in the millions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to pivot now briefly to the building moratorium. And I'm curious to know, how are new buildings under the moratorium powered?
This is Brian Roy again. Obviously, new buildings are powered with electricity, and their heating needs have been met mostly with oil or propane systems. We do provide information to customers on the benefits of electrification and heat pump systems. However, cost remains a factor for these buildings to implement these systems at this time, and therefore they are choosing to implement more economical solutions such as propane or oil, which adversely produce increased greenhouse gas emissions to the community.
Thank you. Shifting to the topic of renewables and electrification. And again, I know we've talked about this already. I'd like to explore it a bit more. If you could please provide detail on how HG&E secures renewable carbon-free electricity, please.
Sure, this is Jim Lavelle. We have a number of sources. Our main source of renewable energy is our local hydroelectric project, which gives us about 2/3 of the electricity that we sell at retail. Other carbon-free sources include nuclear entitlements, and we also have other small hydro entitlements through the New York Power Authority, and we have wind generation entitlements from a project up in Maine.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, from a project where?
In Maine.
Oh, thank you.
And we also, I'm just reminded, to have our local solar generation projects that if you were able to visit the facility, you saw some of that.
Yeah. We did. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If more heating were electrified, could HG&E procure additional renewable energy to support this arrangement?
This is Jim Lavelle. Yes, we could, although much of the planned renewable energy for the region, the offshore wind and, additional Canadian hydro have been delayed. So it's definitely it's available in certain cases, but it's certainly at a premium these days.
Could you please speak to, I guess, more specifically in terms of premium or other challenges that Holyoke might face and HG&E might face in terms of procuring these items? Please.
This is Jim Lavelle. The indicative pricing that we're getting from renewable projects today is in excess of $150 a megawatt hour, or 15 cents a kilowatt hour. Our all-in price, for wholesale, the wholesale clearing prices today are, less than 5 cents. So, your premium is 3 to 5x right now.
Thank you. That's very clarifying. Broadly speaking, what is the energy supply equivalent of a fifth tank in terms of solar, wind, and geothermal power? How might we go about thinking about a comparison among those items?
This is Brian Roy. If you could provide that in a records request, it's a little more time consuming just to verify the calculations of the electrical equivalency of the natural gas energy equivalent versus the electric kilowatt hours comparison.
If I could, I'm wondering if I could couple that with an additional question or two. Please tell me if that would be sufficient. The next question would be, I'm interested in the so the first question was energy supply equivalent. The second question would be the costs and benefits, physical and environmental, of utilizing each of these three power sources, solar, wind, geothermal, as alternatives to a fifth tank in both the near and long term. And the third question that I'm wondering if I could couple with this would be, how does HG&E compare these costs and benefits? Would it be possible to couple these three questions into a request?
If
Yes,
that's what you want.
Please.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, that would be able to be accommodated in a request.
Okay, so this is record request RR-EFSB-4. Mr. Strasberg, can I ask you just to, I know you have three questions, can I ask you to restate them so we're clear as to what goes into RR-EFSB-4?
Yes. Can you give me one moment, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Do you need to take a break to formulate this question? Do you want to take a 5-minute break?
I believe I do.
You want to take a 5-minute break?
Yes, please.
That's fine. Why don't we do that? Take a 5-minute break and we'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm going back on.
Yeah. Bob, before we go on the record, could I just give a quick preview of what's going on before lunch? So,
Sure.
So Nathaniel has 2 more questions in addition to this record request. I have 2 follow-ups, and then we'll have a break. We'll be done with the need questions. So probably that's a good time for lunch. Does that make sense, Bob?
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. This may be premature, but do we think there's any possibility that we'll finish today?
I think that's a great possibility because after lunch, it looks like a couple more hours. I don't think there's any interveners, so I can imagine,
Yeah. Yeah, and one of my questions and consistencies with the policies of the Commonwealth was just answered, or most of it was answered. So I don't have a lot of questions.
I think we can reevaluate at the afternoon break. How does that sound?
That sounds like a good idea. So why don't we go back on the record, and Mr. Strasberg, you are resuming. Let's resume the questioning. I think the question was, what exactly goes into record request RR-EFSB-4?
Thank you so much. Yes. So I'd actually like to divide the question in half in terms of a quantitative aspect and a qualitative aspect. So the quantitative aspect would be the energy supply equivalent of a fifth tank in terms of solar, wind, geothermal power, and then costs and benefits, fiscal, environmental, in terms of utilizing these three power sources in both the near and long term. And the second half is more of a qualitative exploration of how HG&E compares these costs and benefits, and also, and specifically in regard to Holyoke's status as an EJ community, as an environmental justice community, and also Holyoke's status as a low-income community, and in the context of its local tax base.
Is that clear? Is that question clear enough for the company, for the department?
Yes, it is.
And if we do have any further, if we do have any, in preparing our response, if we do have any need for clarification, we know where to find you.
Yes, you do. You do. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. So that's RR-EFSB-4. Go ahead, Mr. Strasberg. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you. What is the projected timeline for transition toward electrification?
This is Brian from Holyoke. So the projected timeline for electrification is currently in accordance with the state targets for 2050 and is subject to the adoption rate of electrification technologies by our constituents. We've seen limited adoption to date. However, we continue to promote energy efficiency programs as well as educate our community on the benefits of electrification to meet their energy needs, and our analysis and outlook will be constantly evaluated to reflect any change in needs or acceleration as the economies of scale become more affordable and the adoption rate increases.
You please, thank you. Thank you for that response. Can you please speak to that timeline in the context of broader acceptance of technologies like geothermal and other alternatives to natural gas within HG&E's purview?
Sure. This is Brian Roy. The timeline for electrification is based on full-scale electrification. However, as previously stated, we continue to evaluate emerging technologies such as geothermal. We are monitoring the pilot programs in National Grid and Eversource. And in addition to evaluating the efficacy of these systems, we are also monitoring the costs associated with implementing these systems because, as previously discussed, we are an EJ community as well as a low-income community, and any technologies implemented, we have to be mindful of affordability to ensure our community can afford the energy that they need.
Thank you. Can you please provide details about how you work with the community regarding issues of broader acceptance of these types of technologies?
Yeah, this is Kate Craven. We have a monthly public meeting that the Holyoke Gas and Electric and our commissioners host. We also send out a newsletter to all of our 18,000 customers every month. We host public power and public natural gas events. One is in October, where we kind of feature all of our energy efficiency programs. We also feature the LNG project and different things that are going on in the community. It also serves as somewhat of a ride and drive event. We work with some of our local dealerships that are promoting electric vehicles, and we also promote our HD and EV program at
Sorry,
those
our
events.
HG&E what?
EV program, HG and
Yes.
EV. We also participate in local community dinners and go and hand out energy efficiency information. Some of like the low-hanging fruit, make sure you're turning off your lights, turn down your heat a little bit on a peak day, some basic type of energy efficiency information to help low-income customers cut some of their energy costs. As I mentioned previously, we are part of the community we serve, so we work really closely with the Mayor's Office, the Office of Economic Development, One Holyoke CDC.
I'm sorry, One Holyoke what?
One Holyoke CDC, Community Development Corporation. We work with our local YMCA, Boys and Girls Club. We work very closely with the Holyoke Public Schools on educating our youth on energy conservation, renewable energy, and safety. So we have a lot of different opportunities to work with the community, and we're always looking for more opportunities.
Thank you. Can you please describe how these efforts have been received among community members?
Yeah, I believe that they're well received among community members. We support many different community events throughout the year, and community members appreciate the Holyoke Gas and Electric for our transparency, for our outreach, and any time that a community member wants to talk to somebody from Holyoke Gas and Electric, Jim Lavelle's door is always open, and we're always happy to talk to customers about any challenges that they have.
And this is Brian, and just to add, in these discussions, we do receive feedback and note the feedback received from these customers, and some of that feedback currently relates to their frustration with lack of natural gas availability for their desired use for heating, cooking equipment, or other resources as well. So in addition to promoting the electric options available, we still receive feedback that these customers still desire natural gas for certain needs.
Can you speak to the makeup of those customers, please? I guess I'm interested in knowing, is it primarily residential? Is it business? Is it a mixture of both? What types, generally speaking?
This is Brian again. On the natural gas side, we have seen we've denied requests for natural gas just under 300 since the moratorium was instituted, of which 56% of that was for residential heating needs. We also had additional requests for customers who currently have gas systems in place but couldn't add equipment, which accounted for another 20% of the requests. And we had another 14, 15% or so for business needs. So it's predominantly residential, but we do see a mix of business and residential that have formally inquired. This doesn't account for any opportunities that were aware of the moratorium and just chose not to reach out to us. So that number could be even higher.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strasberg. Could you mute yourself? Thank you. Okay, so as I said, I have a couple follow-up questions. The first one is pretty simple. We talked briefly about the Northeast Energy Center in Charlton. I wanted to know for the record what the company knows to be the projected operational date for that project.
This is Brian from Holyoke. We remain engaged with the company and are currently anticipating some form of operation by the end of the calendar year, though we remain in discussion to determine if there are any challenges that arise that may impact that online target.
Thank you. Okay, the other question was about the new gas customers. So potential new gas customers is where I'm getting at. Would the company, if it were able to connect new gas customers, provide financial aid to help with installing new gas related equipment?
This is Brian from the Gas and Electric. This is Brian Roy from the company. So we would not provide any financial aid for the installation of any gas services required to accommodate the need for these systems. We do, however, have our customer assistance packages that customers can apply to for an interest-free loan that we would evaluate, and we would have key terms and criteria that would need to be met to qualify. And part of these terms would include an analysis as to whether or not electrification would be able to address their needs, and if so, could it be done economically, so that we can ensure that we are not taking on natural gas for the sake of taking it on, but we are only taking it on when it makes sense and there's no other practical alternative.
Thank you. I appreciate the dovetailing into electrification. I guess the follow-up on that is in terms of, and I understand it's not a financial assistance, but in terms of the monetary, in the end, in terms of the monetary sort of assistance, is it pretty similar is the company's assistance for electrification and gas hookups, is that a pretty similar comparison, or is there more for either one?
If it's okay. This is Kate Craven. So in 2024, we have elected to tier the Residential Energy Conservation Program, which is the 0% assistance program. So if you're electrifying your home, you can get up to $15,000, and that's on-bill financing. If it's any other energy efficiency improvement, it would be $10,000 or under. So at present, if somebody was looking to put in a new or replace an existing gas system with a more efficient gas system, we would cover that cost under the Residential Energy Conservation Program. Of course, that's paid back over a 5-year term at 0% interest. But there's no additional rebates or incentives for a gas heating system. And as a green team, we have talked about tiering those incentives for customers to make sure that we're not promoting natural gas or any other fuels other than electrification. So we're really trying to give the most incentives to customers who are looking to electrify. And we also have some tiered weatherization. So if you're looking to do a whole home air source heat pump system, we encourage weatherization and will give an adder incentive to customers who are looking to do that.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. And just again, for the record, do you know off the top of your head, on average, how much it would cost to electrify versus how much it would cost to have a new heating system that's gas fired?
So obviously, since we manage the incentives here internally, we see all of these, all the applications come in with the quotes from contractors. And we've seen like a 3-family home in a low-income neighborhood, and they wanted to electrify that property, and the costs were coming in just under $100,000 for a 3-unit home. And then on the single-family homes, where we see between $20,000 and $30,000 on average for customers to completely electrify their homes. So even with an incentive of $15,000, it's hard to reach the full amount of what customers are going to need, which is why we try to connect with Mass DEC programs and layer programs on top.
Thank you. And the second part, how much have you seen the cost for a new gas system?
This is Brian Roy. On the gas system, depending on the size of the system, for residential applications, the cost typically can be between the $4,000 and $10,000 range, depending on what the installation entails.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Last question is, and this might be, I want to gauge whether you think it's feasible or not, but I want to see if we can get an analysis on, and this has to do with the earlier response about you not having necessarily a serial retirement or retirement plan for the West Holyoke facility. I wanted to see if it was possible for you to do a little analysis to sort of have an idea of for example, maybe let's tier this at different rates of electrification and how that would impact the retirement of tanks at the West Holyoke facility. Does that make sense? And is that a doable exercise?
Can we briefly convene before we answer the question?
Sure.
Yes.
You want to take a 5-minute break?
Bob, we don't
need that long. It's just like a 30-second quick discussion.
Oh, 30 seconds. Okay, just mute yourselves then and talk, and if that's what you want to do.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you for the time. To just address the question, if we were to electrify our entire residential heating base, we would still require the operation of the facility because we would still need to provide redundant supply and reliable resource for our commercial and industrial classes. Therefore, if we were to electrify the entire residential base, we could theoretically evaluate scalability retirement in an incremental fashion, but we would still require the operation of the facility to provide supply for our commercial and industrial operations.
I appreciate that. I guess could I reframe the question in that at different rates of electrification, we can define this maybe 3 different tiers, low, medium, high. I'm not sure what the rates will look like, but basically at 3 different levels, when would you retire the first tank? Does that make sense?
It makes sense. We would have to provide assumptions that would be ever changing because our system needs could possibly change between now and then, and therefore any retirement information provided would be theoretical at best.
Yep, and this definitely include all of the assumptions. This is not, I'm not holding you to this retirement plan. This is for our understanding of this project and its need.
So we could take on that challenge, and we will provide the assumptions and clarifications or caveats to those this sort of tank retirement assumptions.
Right. So that okay. Mr. Wong, did you ask the question, excuse me, fully that you wanted answered?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and for the department, do you understand the question that was asked?
I believe we do.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so that would be record request RR-EFSB-5.
Thank you. I really appreciate your willingness to indulge me in that question. Okay. Mr. Shea, we are done for the morning questions, I believe.
Okay, let's take a break for an hour from 1 to 2 for lunch. And then why don't I see you all back here at 2 o'clock? And we'll go off the record now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And maybe we'll be able to finish today. That would be nice.
Appreciate
So,
it.
Thank you.
good luck. Thank you. Okay, we're just waiting for Jim, right?
He's not gonna be on this afternoon. I think he has another meeting.
Oh, okay, good. Well, then we can start if everyone in the department is ready, the HG&E.
Yes.
Please.
Okay, so before we go on the record, Nathaniel, you were in the middle of questions, correct?
I had finished my section, and I think Wayne is gonna, Wayne, I gotta go. All right. And I think Wayne is gonna take it for a little bit, and then it was gonna go back to me.
Okay, so why don't we go on the record? And Mr. Wong, you can proceed with your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Good afternoon, panel.
Afternoon.
Thank you. I'm just asking Mr. Strasberg to mute. Thank you. Okay, so if I could refer the panel to the analysis at page 4-5, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so here excuse me. Sorry, I don't think this is the right one I was looking at. Give me 1 second. Okay, it is. So in the middle of the page, the company states that there is a limited storage availability of trailers and therefore the company would have to rely on continuous trucking during the winter season. Are you there?
Yes.
I'm sorry, who said yes?
I'm sorry, this is Brian Roy.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm gonna extrapolate that response to does this also apply to possible temporary LNG storage on site? Does that, in other words, does that mean that there's limited space on site for temporary LNG tanker trucks?
This is Brian from Holyoke. So the response is in relation to CNG trailers. CNG would have to have a site developed to facilitate injection. So this does not relate to staging of LNG trailers for the site, but an alternative technology.
Okay. So putting that aside, I guess my question to ask it more directly is, has the company considered temporary LNG storage in the form of trailers on site?
This is Brian from Holyoke. The company evaluated temporary storage on site. However, temporary storage would be limited to the contents of an LNG trailer, which, depending on the truck, can range from anywhere from 700 decatherms to 1,000 decatherms. The existing facility can handle limited quantities of LNG storage given its size. However, it is unable to stage trailers for long-term reserve use and therefore would not be able to meet the need of the project through staging of LNG trailers. Another consideration is that LNG itself is a cryogenic and will passively vaporize due to heat loss, and therefore the staging of trailers over time could result in inefficiencies versus the existing practice of the more robust tanks on site.
Thank you. And just a couple follow-ups on that. Mr. Roy, you had stated that the size of the trailer can range from 700 to 1,000 decatherms. just to connect the dots, how many of let's say that the biggest trailer truck would be needed to have an equal volume to the proposed fifth tank?
This is Brian Roy. There would be approximately 5 LNG trailers to equate the equivalency of the proposed storage tank.
Thank you. Apologies. I believe you stated that this morning.
I'm sorry, that thing on the size, it could be between 5 and 7 LNG trailers. 5 if they're all large trailers, though that is unlikely, and that we would have a mix, so it would be likely closer to 7 trailers.
Thank you. And you stated that the West Holyoke facility would have a limited space to handle if there were to stage LNG tanks, there would be limited space. Could you estimate how many trailers the LNG facility could possibly hold?
This is Brian Roy. Estimate-wise, it may be able to hold 1 storage tank because the tank would have to be staged next to the driveway that accesses the unloading area, and we would need to maintain access for additional trailers if needed to come in and reverse into the unloading area for the purpose of offloading into the LNG tanks.
Thank you. And would additional trailers require some sort of site preparation in order to accommodate more trailers?
This is Brian from Holyoke. While not requiring any extensive site preparation because the site is already equipped to handle LNG trailers for routine deliveries, it would require additional considerations for the ability to move the trailers to the unloading area for when they were required, because it does require particular licensing to operate those vehicles, of which our personnel do not hold.
Thank you. And finally, on that same line of thought, just from my understanding, is the operation for refilling a storage LNG trailer tank similar to the operation of refilling a stationary LNG tank?
I'm sorry, could you please clarify the question?
Is there a difference between refilling a temporary LNG storage tank versus a stationary LNG storage tank?
This is Brian Roy. Yes, there is a difference. To refill as it relates to the Holyoke facility, to refill a storage tank, the LNG is transferred from a tank in liquid form to the tanks. The existing site does not have the capabilities of taking one liquid out of the tanks for filling a truck or a trailer. Also, to fill a trailer would require, if you were taking it from pipeline, would require the ability to liquefy, which our facility does not have the capabilities of either. Our facility can only take liquid from trucks and inject into the storage tank, and not take from the tanks and refill a trailer.
Thank you. Okay, I would like, as a record request, just a cost estimate of the operating costs of continuing to use LNG truck deliveries, let's say over a 10-year period, with continued building electrification instead of a fifth tank. I just wanted to see the ballpark cost of that and how it compares to the project. And the company should feel free to add in any caveats as to why that's not a preferable alternative to the project.
Okay, that will be record request RR-EFSB-6.
Is that understandable?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my last question on alternatives is, Um, on page 4-2 of the analysis, the company talks about the alternative locations for LNG storage. And I guess all factors holding the same, just from my understanding, does the company see any operational benefit to having two separately located LNG storage facilities?
This is Brian from Holyoke. No, the company does not see a benefit of two separately operating facilities.
Thank you. That's all I have for project alternatives. I'll pass the time to Mr. Strasberg. Thank you.
Can everybody hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wong. Good afternoon. I'll jump into alternatives. Specifically, I'm going to reference the company's response to information request EFSB N-31, if I could.
N31?
N31, please. And I'm going to pull out one or two sentences of language as follows. The Apremont Highway project provided the highest benefit due to the size of its larger fuel-directed LNG storage tank, 1.7 million gallons or 140,000 decatherms, and because winter refill would not be required to meet seasonal and peak demand, but had by far the largest capital and operating costs when compared with the other two alternatives, thus offsetting the benefit associated with the size of the tank. In the above statement, or in this statement, how is the term benefit understood?
This is Brian from Holyoke. So in regards to this statement, the benefit is understood in the terms of how it would impact our customers, not just in terms of reliability, but also long-term costs that may have implications on rates or stranded costs. So as detailed in the sentence, the site would be able to address winter refill concerns, but at a considerable premium, of which the estimated cost for this project would be upwards of $70 million versus the project, which would be at $4.4 million. So the benefit is a mix of reliability as well as cost to determine least cost impact for our community.
Thank you. So as understood, is benefit correlated at all with duration of an emergency weather event? Would benefit increase if the duration of the event were longer, or is that not applicable?
So this is Brian Roy. So for this alternative, the risk associated with long-term weather events could be reduced by this alternative. However, when we analyze additional factors, the existing facility with the single tank expansion still presents itself as a preferred alternative given all factors considered as part of the evaluation.
Can you please briefly emphasize the main factors, those main factors, please?
This is Brian from Holyoke. The main factors associated with the project analysis include the ability to address the project needs, the cost impacts associated with each practical alternative, and any other
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, associated with each what? Practical,
practical alternatives.
thank you.
Evaluate the cost impact associated with each of the practical alternatives, as well as any operation impacts or environmental impacts created by such project. These benefits together serve as part of the analysis for determining the project that best addresses the need and the siting board requirements for least cost and least impact.
Thank you. So I'd now like to reference the chart provided by the company in its response to information request EFSB N31. So the same information request, but the chart below that. I have a couple of questions just for purposes of clarification of what's being presented in the chart. So it's my understanding that the chart, well, what's written is the benefit of the Appermont Highway option in terms of cost per year is $502,316. And this number dwarfs the corresponding values, as I read it, for the Whiting Farm Road and West Holyoke facility options, $18,911 for both. It also appears that the number is also a much larger percentage of the yearly operations and maintenance costs relative to the other two options, if I'm reading this correctly. Can you please clarify how exactly was the yearly benefit for each of the three options calculated?
This is Jay Gamble. The benefit analysis was done primarily on the difference of what the additional storage would provide in terms of cost difference between what would be a pre-season or summer fill versus the need for a winter fill, refill, where the winter pricing would be higher than in the summertime. So for the Appermont Highway site and facility, that facility was proposed with a larger tank that would not require a winter refill and would have enough LNG storage for Holyoke Gas and Electric to be able to go the whole season, winter season, without having to refill, and thus would be able to benefit from the lower cost LNG in the off season.
Thank you. What accounts for mid and long-term capital costs for each of these three options?
So that's Jay Gamble again. The mid and short-term capital costs include the actual construction costs for each facility option or project alternative, as well as operating. Primarily, it is the capital costs. It's the construction costs associated with the project alternatives.
Thank you. So over time, what would be reasons for continued construction costs?
So the for the analysis on the capital costs, the construction costs that were shared in the analysis were utilized in present values were calculated based on the short term at 5 years, midterm at 15 years, and long term at 30 years.
Could you give me an example, please, of a long-term construction cost for one of the facilities?
We have a moment, please.
This is Jay Gamble. So just to be clear, this doesn't represent an increase in the capital cost or the construction cost of the project. It's the cost of money over these 3 durations that were analyzed.
Got it. Thank you. Please refer to the company's response to information request EFSB PA 17.
Okay, thank you.
So some of the language in that states 17%, and you may have certainly mentioned this in some of the conversation we've had today, but 17% of HG&E's residential customer base heat with oil or propane. So I guess the first question that I have related to this is as follows. In light of the considerable human and economic risks associated with supply failure during peak day cold snap conditions, is there a rationale for maintaining or even increasing emergency reliance on oil and or propane to minimize chances of supply failure?
This is Brian from Holyoke. The company doesn't provide any oil or propane, so there would be no risk to the company for these applications. The information presented is more related to an opportunity that the company plans to address through targeted outreach about the benefits of electrification for these applications to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to our community.
Thank you.
They are existing electric customers.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to switch to the environment section if I could. Okay. So now with reference to the company's response to information request EFSB A1. I'd like to know, with the ongoing global transition to hybrid and zero emissions vehicles, are there currently efforts to transition the LNG delivery truck fleet?
This is Brian from Holyoke. So we don't maintain the fleet. That is provided by the transporters themselves. So there is no control from Holyoke on their intended use or fuel source. That said, some of the suppliers have transitioned away from higher emitting gasoline and diesel to LNG as their fuel source. So it is an area that the transporters consider as a potential resource for emissions reductions.
Thank you. Now I'll pivot to the company's response to information request EFSB A-3. How exactly do on-site staff plan to oversee the construction process?
This is Brian from Holyoke. This is Brian Roy again, sorry. So in order to ensure that they comply with all requirements that we plan to incorporate in the construction bid documents, we plan to conduct pre-construction training, which will cover the aspects such as fugitive dust and odor, engine emissions, and construction noise control. We also
I'm sorry, engine emissions and what?
And construction noise control.
Thank you.
We also will have on-site staff that will be familiar with these requirements to be able to monitor the existing processes to ensure that all applicable requirements are in full compliance.
Thank you. Following up, do you foresee on-site staff typically being present over the course of active construction, or will checkup be periodic? Can you speak to this, please?
This is Brian Roy again. We plan to always have someone on site during construction. At no times will there be operations ongoing without HG&E representation to oversee the matter.
Thank you. So now, with reference to the company's response to information request EFSB S-13, please. And there has been a response on these matters, but I'd like to delve just a little bit more specifically on this to the following. Prior to project completion, when exactly can the company provide the siting board with, number one, the results of the third-party review, and number two, the final safety plan?
This is Brian from Holyoke. This is Brian Roy again, I apologize. The safety plans regarding the site operation will be completed ahead of any activation of the system itself. With the current schedule, the system itself ideally would see an online startup in the November 2025 time period.
Thank you. So just to reiterate, the final safety plan would be released before things get into motion.
It would be released prior, yes, it would be released prior to the completion of the on-site work.
Okay. And once again, in terms of the results of the third-party review?
This is Brian Roy again. That would also be ahead of the activation.
Thank you. Is there perhaps a more concrete timetable you might be able to suggest in which these documents might be complete?
This is Brian Roy again. The safety plans will likely just be updates to existing documents and could likely be provided on an accelerated basis. However, it would still be subject to final design to ensure all risk measures are properly mitigated. With regards to the project, assuming a reasonable and efficient schedule, potentially these documents could be available in the 2024 timeframe.
Thank you. So now, with reference to the topographical map in section 1.0 of the analysis,
Figure 1-1.
Can you please confirm this is figure 1-1?
please give me one moment.
USGS? Yep.
All right, so I'm looking at the, yes, figure 1-1, yes. Confirmed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the question is, looking at the site, it depicts little or no topographic variation. It appears to depict little or no topographic variation at or immediately surrounding the site. Can you speak to whether flooding ever occurs, even though the site is not located in a regulated floodplain?
This is Brian Roy. Flooding does not occur at the site.
Thank you. So please refer to the company's analysis at 1-1 and 1-2. So I believe it's the sentence that bridges those two pages. And so I would read the sentence as HG&E has identified certain complementary improvements at the West Holyoke facility that will be pursued on a coordinated basis with the project to secure cost savings and reduce impacts. And you initially spoke about these complementary improvements. I'm wondering, however, if you might describe how cost savings and reduced environmental impact are achieved through this complementary approach.
This is Brian Roy. The cost savings and reduced impacts are procured because there is benefit to performing this work while existing construction operations are already ongoing. There would be greater impact to the community if the project and complementary enhancements were performed on differing schedules, as it would result in redundant vehicle traffic across city streets. With the redundant traffic would result in increased emissions, and the cost savings are observed because there are efficiencies gained by reporting to one site versus having to return to complete similar work or use of similar equipment to complete both projects, the complementary work and the tank work.
Thank you very much. Please refer to the company's response to information request EFSB T as in Tom -7. There it discusses a one-time delivery of the new LNG storage tank and the occasional oversized vehicle used to deliver other oversized equipment for the project. The question is, will neighborhood residents be notified of the schedule for this event? And if so, how and how far in advance?
This is Brian Roy. Yes, HG&E actively engages with the community to promote awareness of ongoing projects. We provide routine construction updates or traffic impact updates to our website on a weekly basis so that customers are aware of potential impacts to the traveling routes on a daily basis. Additionally, we would notify the customers along the path just as an additional courtesy so that they would be aware and would not be surprised by any oversized vehicle traversing across the street. These engagements would be conducted well in advance of said delivery to ensure any questions that come up from our neighbors can be properly addressed to ensure all concerns are mitigated.
Thank you. Please refer to the company's response to information request T as in Tom -4. At that point, there is mention of location of fabrication and point of shipping of the tank. Why is the company unaware of the location of fabrication and point of shipping of the tank?
This is Brian Roy again. So the company is unaware of point of location of the tank fabrication, as the tank fabricator currently under consideration has multiple development facilities for tank fabrication domestically, and there is no confirmation of the tank purchase at this point in consideration of EFSB requirements for construction activities.
Thank you. That's all I have for the time being.
Thank you, Mr. Strasberg. Mr. Shea, I have some environmental questions. Can I go before your questions?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Okay. Panel, could I refer the company to the analysis at page 3-13, please? I'm looking specifically at the last bullet point in the list of bullets on that page. Let me know when you're ready.
Could you repeat the page, please?
6-13.
Thank you.
Construction.
Okay. So in that last bullet point, the company refers to sensitive receptors. I was wondering, I didn't see it on the record if the company has a list of the possible sensitive receptors around the site.
This is John Zimmer. We do have a list of sensitive receptors developed, was developed for noise purposes versus air emissions. We could provide those to you as a record request. It's not within the analysis documents.
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
Can I make that a formal record request?
Yes, please.
Okay, so record request for the sensitive receptors would be RR-EFSB-6.
Thank you. And
Can we stop for a second?
7.
I'm sorry.
7.
I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Avery?
I'm questioning the number. thought we already had 6. I thought this one would be 7.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're quite right. You're quite right. This is EFSB number 7, RR-EFSB number 7. And number 6 was the cost estimates of the cost of using tankers of storage. So yes, RR-EFS-7.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Avery. Okay, moving on to a couple pages down at 6-18. I have a question about staging and remote parking areas. My question is, has the company at this point contemplated those areas yet? And if so, where would they be?
This is Brian Roy again. The company has not considered alternative staging areas at this time. The company believes there is sufficient capabilities to stage vehicles within the existing confines during this project. And should those needs change, the company would then evaluate additional staging facilities. But the anticipation is that the existing perimeter would be sufficient.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Roy. And does that mean that you would be able to conduct construction while normal operations of the facility is ongoing?
This is Brian Roy again. The construction would require the existing vaporization system to be taken offline as part of the complementary work, and the ability to facilitate the new tank would require its movement. However, this work would be strategically timed to occur during a non-peak demand season and would currently scheduled to be able to be completed within that low demand period to avoid risks.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. And just to confirm, from my understanding, that means that the company's suggested 21-month construction schedule is consecutive and doesn't contemplate construction seasons. Is that correct?
This is Brian Roy. The 21-month construction schedule incorporates lead times for procuring materials as well as on-site construction in aggregate.
Okay. So I guess when you talked about peak periods, that means it could be in the winter. Is that what I'm understanding correctly?
This is Brian Roy. The winter period is not anticipated to be impacted as the lead times for components, that is the period in which those components would be procured so that the system could be interrupted as needed for construction activities at the completion of a winter season and implemented prior to the start of the next winter season.
Thank you. Okay, so on to the company's analysis at 6-16. The company states in the third to last bullet point on that page, towards the bottom of the page, that it would schedule construction activities during daylight hours. My question is, just to confirm that means that the company is not contemplating construction-related lighting during the construction period. Is that correct?
This is Brian Roy. That is correct.
Thank you. And could you confirm for me the construction hours and the days of the week that company intends to construct?
This is Brian Roy. Typical operations are completed between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m., though normal construction days are 8 hours and would be 8 hours within that time period.
And would that be only on certain days of the week, or is that every day?
This is Brian Roy. Again, this is anticipated to be during the normal work week and not during any off-hour or premium time events.
Thank you. Are there any bylaws in terms of noise or construction hours that the town of Holyoke has that would restrict construction hours?
This is Brian Roy. I believe this was addressed in the analysis. If you bear with me for 1 second, I do want to just double check the location.
Page 15.
Thank you. This is Brian Roy again. The erection, including excavation, demolition, alteration, or repair of any building further than between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. on weekdays, except in case of an urgent necessity in the interest of public safety, and then only with a permit from the Board of Public Works, which permit may be renewed for a period of 3 days or less while the emergency continues. The anticipation is that the work would not be conducted outside these periods.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. And just to confirm, that's on page 6-15 and under the heading of Holyoke noise requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. So now I'm referring to the analysis at 6-24, and this is with regard to water resources and wetlands. So in the first bullet point, the company states that there would not be any impacts to water resources, wetlands, or water bodies. My question is, would the company be able to tell me how far away the closest water resource or water bodies are?
This is John Zimmer. We could do so based on available desktop analyses. We don't have access to adjacent properties where we could go do specific field surveys. So
Do you
if that's
have,
sufficient,
sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if that's sufficient, we could show wetlands and water bodies, you know, U.S. National Wetland Inventory and Mass DEP data layers, and provide distances to those. Those would be the closest known.
Yes, I think that would be sufficient. I'm really looking for how far away. I know they're not close, but I just want to know where they are spatially.
Okay, we could do that as a record request.
Okay.
Okay, that would be record request RR-EFSB-8.
Thank you. Okay. So moving now to 6-5 of the analysis. And I'll just ask the question. I don't think we need the text necessarily, but my question is, could you provide for the record the volume of the existing containment around the tank areas?
This is Brian from Holyoke. The volume around the existing containment area is currently just under 325,000 gallons, which exceeds the current storage capacity of 220,000 gallons.
Thank you. And that, just to confirm, that containment will not be increased for this project. Is that correct?
This is Brian Roy again. That containment will be modified to allow for a standalone containment impoundment area to be generated and installed for the proposed tank. The existing impoundment area will see complementary enhancements, which will, as a result, increase the storage capacity to, let me just verify the measurement, to just over 384,000 gallons, which would be more than 175% of the containment volume of the existing capacity for the 4 tanks.
Thank you. And just to confirm, that standalone impoundment dike area for the new tank is because of the EFSB LNG tank regulation?
This is Brian Roy. Yes, that is for the EFSB regulations for 150% the volume.
Thank you. So on a similar note, for stormwater management systems on site, as described on pages 6-6 to 6-7, would the project add to that, or would the complementary works add to that stormwater management system in terms of capacity or features?
This is John Zimmer. The project would provide additional stormwater management improvements, including sediment forebay and an oil and grit separator, which currently do not exist.
I'm
So
sorry,
the-
I'm sorry, including sediment what?
Sediment forebay and an oil and grit separator. So these improvements would be in compliance with the Mass DEP stormwater management policy, and there would be no increases in stormwater flow or volume from the property. So it would be an improvement over the existing condition today.
Thank you. Was the existing stormwater management system required to be compliant with the stormwater handbook, or is this something new that the project would have captured because it's a new facility?
This is Brian from Holyoke. So because this is a new facility, these enhancements are taken into account new requirements.
Thank you. Okay, so now on to traffic. If I could refer the company to its table on page 6-17, please. And let me know when you're ready.
We are all set, thank you.
Thank you. So on the left-hand column of that table, the company provides approximate frequencies. I'm wondering if you're able to turn those frequencies into numerical estimates in terms of maybe daily or weekly. For example, there are some. Yeah, sorry. If you could add numerical data in terms of vehicle trips for those frequencies.
That could be added. It would be easier to address that via a record request to just modify the table to incorporate that data.
Okay.
So that'll be a formal record request. That would be RR-EFSB-9.
Thank you. My next question is, would construction-related traffic be, for example, if it's contemplated to be daily, would that be vehicle trips throughout the day, or do you foresee those trips being in certain parts of the day for a certain activity?
This is Brian Roy. It would be anticipated that the primary function would be vehicles at the start of the day and then at the completion of the day for labor purposes, though there may be sporadic trips during the day, possibly for spoils removal or delivery. However, the majority of the trips would be anticipated to be at the start of the workday and then at the end of the workday.
Thank you. Do you have an estimated number of workers at the site that need to travel to the site each day?
This is Brian Roy. I believe that this was addressed in one of the responses. If you bear with me, I just want to pull it up.
Thank you. Apologies for not being more on top of the record.
This is Brian Roy again. The response for EFSB-CM-7 provides a table for the expected work types of the professional and craft labor personnel expected to be on site during some or all of the project work, and includes the number of personnel, which, depending on the scale, could range approximately between 25 and 50 professional and craft labor personnel.
Thank you. I appreciate you pulling that up. Okay, so earlier, my colleague, Mr. Strasberg, asked you about large single deliveries. I am wondering if the company, and if this is not on the record already, the company could describe to me what those deliveries will look like, if there's any sort of mitigation in terms of traffic management and so on, if you could describe that to me. Thank you.
This is Jay Gamble. The largest delivery to the site will be for the delivery of the new LNG storage tank. That is going to be an oversized load, which will require state permits to be moved from the fabrication facility to the site. That will be a specialty trailer setup. The LNG tank is going to be about 100 feet long, and so there will be special permits that will be needed for that delivery. All the other deliveries of equipment to the site are expected to be more normal sized trucks, tractor trailers.
Thank you, Mr. Gamble. Would these would the oversized delivery require police detail?
More than likely, yes. As part of the permit, the state permit, will likely require potentially state police or local police escort.
Thank you. Okay, I'm referring now to the analysis on the previous page, 6-16. And I'm just looking at the columns up there. There are a couple footnotes that don't footnote anything. I'm wondering if you could just help me understand those two columns, specifically impact device, ? And acoustic use factor.
This is John Zimmer. The impact device is if it is a significant noise contributor. The acoustic use factor was made during the analysis, and that's basically the amount of time that the piece of equipment is anticipated to be in use. So it would be generating noise at 40% of the time, base operation.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Mr. Zimmer, so there are a couple devices here that, especially the ones that go up to 84, 85 dBA. Could you explain to me why those would not be impact devices?
Basically because when they are reviewed with respect to the overall noise analysis, they do not contribute to an increase in the construction-related noise above the decibel level that's required under Mass DEP.
And what you're referring to is that, so when you say the required decibel for Mass DEP, is that the 10 dBA increase for an activity, or is that another requirement?
That's the 10 dBA increase over the ambient condition.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmer. And to your understanding, does the 10 dBA apply to both construction and operation, or for just certain activities?
Again, John Zimmer. I believe it applies to operation of the facility.
Okay. Um, but it sounds like the company is applying it to construction as well. Is that to be conservative?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Again, John Zimmer.
Thank you. For the record, Mr. Zimmer, could you tell me what the distance of the closest residence is to the project?
If you could give me 1 second, this is John Zimmer, I will check that for you.
Yep.
Get a little bit.
I do not have the exact distance in my analysis, so if we could add that to a record request, I can provide that to you.
Thank you. And for that record request, could you also note whether it's more than 50 feet or less than 50 feet? I'm asking that because the DBA values are provided at a distance of 50 feet.
This is Brian from Holyoke. The nearest resident is far greater than 50 feet from the project area. Approximately to the nearest residence, we are over 400 feet.
Okay. I would still like a precise value, Mr. Zimmer. So let's have that record request, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay, and that's all part of RR-EFSB-10, correct?
Correct.
I think so. Okay. So earlier, the company had described its construction notifications, or rather, truck delivery notifications to.
Truck delivery notification?
Yes, truck delivery notifications to surrounding residences. My question is, would those communications on your website also include notifications about extended, possibly noisy activities at the site?
This is Brian from Holyoke. Brian Roy again. Yes, it would include traffic impact as well as any noise considerations to account for.
Could you give me an example of a noisy activity that you might intend on notifying residents about?
This is Brian Roy. Yes, we would notify them if we had ongoing construction activity at a location that does not normally see ongoing construction activity, as it would deviate from the normal operations that the residents may be familiar with.
Thank you. Okay, so we talked about this briefly this morning about companies reporting for emissions. I'm wondering if the company could tell me if how much additional emissions, if any, would you report related to the operation of an additional LNG tank?
This is Brian Roy again. There would be no increased emissions from the operation of an LNG storage tank. The system that Holyoke operates includes a boil-off gas system that takes passively vaporized LNG from inside the tank and injects it into the distribution system safely, so that rather than have emissions, the gas can be consumed at the burner tip, therefore not increasing any emissions with operations.
Thank you. And I understand also that you don't have any additional permits beyond the EFSB permit that you're contemplating to start construction. But I'm wondering if there are any, and if you could tell me about any agency or regulations that govern the operation of the project that would govern the operation of the project with respect to air emissions?
This is Brian Roy again. There are no additional permits required regarding air emissions as a result of this project. Again, as stated in the petition, the approval for the tank from the EFSB is the only required approval for this project.
Thank you. Would there be any oversight at all by the Department of Public Utilities Pipeline Safety Division of the project?
This is Brian Roy. Yes, that there would be oversight from the Department of Public Utilities Pipeline Safety Division. The company has been actively engaged with the Department of Public Utilities Pipeline Safety Division, providing updates on the project as well as the status of the EFSB petition, and plans to continue this engagement in accordance with applicable regulations. The company also will plan to coordinate with PHMSA on the project as well in accordance with their regulations for work surrounding an LNG facility. However, these are not permit-related operations. However, these are engagement activities that the company will and has already been engaged in.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. I appreciate that. Are there other agencies that you are required an informal, this does seem formal, but are there any engagements that you have to have with other agencies besides those two that you described?
This is Brian Roy. We also plan to engage with the local fire department as well as the local police department to provide updates on fire protection as well as security for the facility, and plan to continue discussions that have already been ongoing with these agencies regarding the project and the existing operations.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move now to the analysis of 6-9, please.
Pardon me a second, Mr. Wong. Mr. Brock, it looks off the record. Mr. Brock, how are you doing? Do you need a break?
Well, how much longer are we going?
I have, from my end, I have about 5 more questions. I believe Bob has 5 or 6 more, and then Andy has more questions. So maybe we can.
Maybe we might take a break.
Okay.
All right. So why don't we take a 15-minute break? And it's 3:08, so I'll see you back here at 3:23.
Mr. Shea, before we take our break, I think we should let folks know that we are likely to be breaking this afternoon a little early due to a conflict with a commissioner meeting that we have. So that's at 4 o'clock on our calendars right now. Just want to make sure people are aware of that so they can plan the afternoon out.
Oh, so we've only got an hour to go till 4 o'clock.
Not even.
Not even an hour. Why don't we make it a 10-minute break then? So from 3:09 to 3:19.
Okay. Thank you, Bob.
All right. Thank you. I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Is everybody ready to resume?
Yes.
Yes.
We are.
Yeah, okay, good, good. Let's go back on the record. So we can resume questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Can I refer the company to its analysis at page 6-9, please?
We're there.
Thank you. Can the company confirm that it does not expect any subsurface contamination to be encountered when it's working at the site?
This is Brian Roy. That is correct.
Thank you. And this could be a record request, but could you provide a list of hazardous materials that you would be using during the operation and construction of the project?
Would there be any change from current operation?
This is Brian Roy. There'd be no change from current operation. The only materials would be fueling systems for any on-site equipment.
Thank you. Could you provide that as a list, please?
Yes.
Okay, should that be a
Mr.
record
Shea,
request? Yeah.
Mr. Shea, hold on. Can I add to that? So in that list, could you also provide estimated quantities related to this project? Sorry, Mr. Shea.
That's right. That's so that's record request RR-EFSB-11.
Thank you. And can the company describe how the containment for these potentially hazardous materials would look like during construction? I believe the company stated that it would use plastic pallet containers. Is that the extent that the company would provide containment for these materials?
This is Brian from Holyoke. This is Brian Roy again. The hazardous materials would be situated in a manner to have secondary containment for any hazardous material to avoid any potential contamination and in compliance with any applicable regulations and best practices.
Could you tell me what those best practices are, just so I can have it on the record? Those regulations, rather, are?
Right, this is John Zimmer. It would just be in relation to the MGP regulations regarding use and storage of hazardous materials. We can provide you with a
Yes, could you provide me with the site?
Yes, we can.
So, is this part of number 11, or would this be a new record request?
If you could tag it on to 11, that would be probably cleaner.
Okay,
Thank you. So earlier this afternoon, the company talked about its safety plan for the facility. Would this safety plan also double as the emergency response plan, or is there another plan that contemplates emergency response?
This is Brian Roy. Emergency response is incorporated with the site safety plan.
Thank you. And you stated that the site safety plan would be updated with the new project. Could you give me an idea of what those updates might look like?
Again, this is Brian Roy. The updates would incorporate the location of new fire and gas detection systems, information on the new spill impoundment area, as well as information on new systems that are installed as part of this project to ensure procedures account for applicable operations of these systems and safety systems, including but not limited to gas detection, heat detection, emergency shutdown switches as well.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. And could you just one step further, tell me what is the intended audience of the safety, site safety plan?
Again, this is Brian Roy. The intended audience of a site safety plan is the on-site operations personnel to promote familiarity with operating systems. Also for reference when we have on-site discussions and reviews with local responders, first responders, fire officials, police security officials as well as review with our regulatory bodies, whether it be PHMSA or the Department of Public Utilities, when they visit the site and conduct their routine investigations.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Finally, we talked about the applicability of the EFSB LNG regulations earlier. If this is not on the record, would the company be able to provide its calculations for the thermal radiation and vapor dispersion distance calculations?
This is Brian Roy. I believe this was addressed in the analysis, but please give me a moment to review.
In the site selection section of the analysis, you say that you comply. I didn't see a calculation.
This is Jay Gamble. If you look into Appendix I of the analysis, starting on page 4 of Appendix I, we have more details on meeting the EFSB siting standards, and then attachment 1 of Appendix I is the actual calculations of siting analysis to the siting board requirements.
Thank you. No further questions for me today.
Hey, Mr. Strasberg, did you have more questions? Daniel? No?
No further questions for me today.
I've got just a few, but Mr. Green, do you want to go first?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon, panel. I want to follow up on some of the questions that have been asked throughout the day. And again, not directing this to any particular respondent. Feel free to jump in as best suits the panel. I'd like to just go through the general reasons that have been stated for the project. It seems like there are quite a few, and I'm trying to sort of prioritize those reasons from the most important to the less important reasons. Could anybody, outline what those are and try to give me some sense of priority of those factors?
Sure, this is Brian Roy. First and foremost, the priority is the ability to provide system reliability and supply during peak demand periods. Secondary to that would be the ability to maintain cost affordability for our constituents and ratepayers. And I would say the least priority reason for the project on the list would be the ability to displace higher emitting fuel sources through targeted approach with natural gas. Again, the project primarily is to provide necessary system reliability.
Are there subsidiary factors in terms of the reliability issue? There are other things that have been mentioned. Just to give an example or two, we've heard a little bit about the concern of the Everett LNG facility possibly, going out of business. We've heard a bit about the lateral, the Northampton lateral, and whether that is a as reliable as it perhaps once was? I mean, give me a sense of what are the underlying factors behind reliability. Those are just examples that come to mind for me.
Again, this is Brian Roy. In relation to those underlying examples, first and foremost is the ability to have adequate on-site storage capacity as needed during peak events, given any potential challenges with refilling the existing tanks during periods of peak demand or extenuating circumstances through weather events. The lateral itself has proved reliable historically. However, just because it has been reliable does not mean that we cannot plan for potential impacts that could jeopardize that reliability and ability to serve our customer base. The Everett facility, as you mentioned, that is more of a concern for impacts to available regional supply and the potential for existing resources to become constrained. I would say, again, priority really is the ability to have adequate on-site storage capacity during peak events to protect against risk associated with elements outside of our control, such as weather events that could impact deliveries, to restore sufficient inventory of LNG on site.
Is the existing moratorium a reason that the company is proposing this project?
Again, this is Brian Roy. The moratorium is not a reason that this project is being proposed. With the complementary work, the ability to achieve targeted natural gas adoption where electrification is not feasible is a benefit. However, that is not the intention of the tank project, and the tank project on its own would not permit the moratorium to be lifted, as the tank project is to address peak concerns, not gain new customers.
So if the moratorium were kept in place indefinitely, would the company still be proposing this project?
This is Brian Wright. Yes, the company would still be proposing this project to address reliability concerns.
Is there any intention to relax the moratorium or make some incremental adjustments to it if this project is approved and constructed?
Again, this is Brian Roy. If the tank project alone is constructed, there's no intention to modify or adjust the moratorium. The complementary site work may permit modifications to relax the moratorium to, again, address this targeted approach. However, the tank itself would not allow for a modification to the moratorium.
So I think, Mr. Roy, you may have been the one who mentioned that the tank itself equates to about 5,000 decatherms of storage capacity. Is that right?
That is correct.
Would the additional tank provide higher deliverability on an instantaneous basis out of the LNG facility?
This is Brian Wright. No, the additional tank would not provide any higher instantaneous output as a result of its installation.
So I assume then it would only prolong the ability of the LNG to meet some type of a high demand condition over, some longer number of hours or days.
This is Brian Wright. That is correct.
Okay. I wanted to turn to the updated forecast that the company provided in response to information request EFSB N-3. Let me know when you have that available.
I have it available.
Okay, great. So there are two tables that I'm looking at that show on page 1 of 1. And the first is a historical table, backward looking. The second table is a forecast going out to 2027 to 2028. And as I look down the column that says design day demand, I'm not seeing any increases between the current year and the outer forecast year of 2027, 28. And I guess the first question that comes to mind is what was assumed as far as the moratorium in the development of this forecast?
This is Brian Roy. The moratorium was assumed to remain in effect for the development of this model. Again, we are in the process of permitting for the tank and the complementary site work plans. However,
I'm sorry, for the tank and the what?
The complementary site enhancements. And as a result, the moratorium remains in effect until we have better understanding of timelines related to those projects.
Okay. So again, back to the numbers in the demand column, there's really no increase or even a sort of pattern to this series of projections, is there?
This is Brian Roy. There is a pattern to the progression, and that pattern incorporates the historical performance of our energy efficiency programs, which average between 10 and 20 decatherms annually of peak day savings. And it also evaluates system reductions based on historical performance for what we've seen for loss of customers annually, which has been minimal. However, we incorporated it into the model to better reflect system demand for forecasting purposes.
Just those two factors are driving this sort of flattish trend.
That is correct. There is limited participation in both of those areas, and therefore the peak day savings are minimal at this time.
Do we have the backup documentation for how these numbers were produced? I'm not as familiar with the record as I'd like to be, so perhaps you can point me to where we have any documentation or derivation of the demand numbers.
This is Brian Roy. The calculations directly have not been provided. The forecasts themselves have been shared. However, the information leading to the calculations can be provided via record request.
Yes, let's do that so we have some support for these numbers. So I would like to get a derivation of the forecast, including the assumptions, the input data, the method of calculation, and any work papers that go along with that.
Okay, that'll be record request RR-EFSB-12.
So looking ahead to what that response will include, perhaps you're familiar enough with the methodology, Mr. Roy, to at least give me a rough idea how many heat pump installations are typically assumed year to year to achieve these demand levels.
Again, this is Brian Roy. The heat pump per year, currently the system has, for whole home air source heat pumps, I believe it's 17 heat pumps across our system. And of the new records requests for natural gas service, of the 158 previously discussed, there are only 3 of those locations to have installed whole home heat pumps to address their system needs. So we can support that information as it is obtained through the Green Team's quarterly energy efficiency report data.
So that sounds to me, and those figures, by the way, that you just cited, those are over the last few years since the moratorium went into effect in what, 2019?
That is correct.
So, so on a per year basis, what would you guesstimate in terms of the number of whole house air source heat pumps that are going into this demand trend line?
So, Mr. Green, this is Kate Craven. In 2022, we had 13 whole home air source heat pumps go into homes in Holyoke. In 2023, year to date, we've only had 4. I'm sorry, that was year to date as of our third quarter report. We've only had 4, but I think many of our customers are waiting on incentives through the Inflation Reduction Act, and so I think some customers have been holding out a little bit, but we've been in communication with many of them who look forward to installing a whole home system. But our whole home program was implemented in 2021, so we only have data for the past couple of years.
And Mr. Green, just to follow up on that, of those numbers, not every location.
I'm sorry, who is this?
I'm sorry, this is Brian Roy. I apologize. So of those numbers that Ms. Craven mentioned, the prior heating source was not always natural gas for those locations, so that's not a direct reflection of the number of whole home heat pumps being added to displace natural gas usage.
Can you tell me when the I guess regulations or guidance are finally issued in terms of how much tax incentives will be available for whole house heat pumps or even perhaps partial heat pumps? Do you have some sense of what type of levels of support we're talking about, and whether the company has tried to build those levels of support in anticipation of the program guidelines into this forecast?
Again, this is Brian Roy. The program participation is anticipated in the forecast. However, the data reviewed to date has demonstrated that there are immediate savings following installation of these systems for oil and propane systems, and less so for natural gas systems. And the adoption rate is anticipated to be minimal at the onset and likely increase beyond the forecast model date at this point.
Are you aware that the Inflation Reduction Act tax credits for heat pumps expire in 2032?
Yes, the Green Team is aware of that, and that's part of the analysis.
So if we're talking about the impact of those tax credits beyond the forecast, that only leaves a few years before the tax credits are actually due to expire, unless Congress decides to extend them.
That is correct.
And what's the reason for anticipating such a delayed reaction of the market to these credits and among the residents of Holyoke and businesses for that matter?
This is Kate Craven. This is an extremely low-income community, and I think customers, many of them are renters, so adoption of our multifamily dwellings is very small. And when there is a landlord who's looking to make those improvements for their tenants, we try to work with them the best we can and give them additional assistance as much as we can. And then as far as single-family homes, I think the cost compared to converting to another newer, more efficient natural gas system is quite high. And even when you look at the lifetime cost of a system, it's still high for a single family.
I'm sorry, it's still high for what?
For a single family home.
Before we get further into details, and I realize we're running up against time, but I think there was actually testimony today that even if there were full electrification of your gas heating customers, in other words, everybody switched over to using a heat pump, the project still would be needed. Did I remember that correctly?
This is Brian Roy. That is correct, yes.
And how much of the peak day load would that scenario reduce?
This is Brian Roy. So the residential heating system accounts for approximately 50% of peak day load. So full electrification of the residential heating sector would essentially reduce the need to approximately 10,000 decatherms. So it would cut it in half. However, with a single source of supply readily available backup supply would still be beneficial to maintaining reliable and resilient energy for the commercial and industrial sectors if we were to convert the full residential base.
So I think you've just touched on another factor, perhaps that was a supporting reason behind the argument of reliability, which is dependence on a sole source of pipeline supply, that being the Northampton lateral. Correct, Mr. Roy?
That is correct, Mr. Green. Thank you.
How long has Holyoke Gas and Electric been dependent on a single source of pipeline gas to serve its gas customers?
This is Brian Roy. So Holyoke Gas and Electric has been a recipient of natural gas for the Tennessee Gas Pipeline since it came to the region in the 1950s. And at the time, the company has relied on alternative fuel sources to supplement system demand and provide reliable backup. Over the company's history, those backup sources have consisted of propane air systems, all of which have since been decommissioned, and LNG, which has been safely operating as a redundant resource for supply needs since 1971.
Okay, so the company still has access to the same Tennessee lateral that it's had since the 50s. It still maintains the LNG facility that has the historical number of tanks that have been present. So the only thing that seems to have changed over time is the decommissioning of the propane air. Is that correct?
This is Brian Roy. The two things that have changed are the decommissioning of propane air and the increase in customer demand as systems have grown since the pipeline gas was introduced to the region in the 1950s.
How much design day capacity did the propane air system provide in meeting load?
I do not have that. This is Brian Roy. I do not have that information readily available. I can provide the data in an information request.
Do you think that it would have exceeded 10,000 decatherms per day?
This is Brian Roy. Yes, it would have exceeded it because there were times where both LNG and propane systems operated in tandem.
But I'm specifically addressing the propane capacity. Would that have provided 10,000 decatherms per day during design conditions, exclusively propane?
This is Brian Roy. Exclusively propane would not have provided that amount of volume. However, the system demand when those systems were in operation was not as high as it is today.
Okay. All right. Well, segueing back to your earlier comment that even if all of your gas heating load for residential customers were eliminated through electrification, you would still need the project, and that would effectively reduce your design day gas demand by about 10,000 decatherms. again, I'm trying to sort of equate that statement to historical facts. And the one fact that stands out from your, sort of evolutionary description of why the project's needed is that the propane airs is no longer available. However, you also stated that the propane air was not equal to 10,000 decatherms of capacity on a design day, which is the amount we're talking about that in theory could be displaced through electrification. So again, that kind of brings me back to my central question of why is this project needed now?
This is Brian Roy again. This project is needed now because the company has been evaluating potential supply options for many years to address the previously continuing growing demand, as explained in the analysis with the MOU with Columbia Gas at the time. So our demand has continued to grow beyond the reliability provided by existing system resources. The reason the project is necessary now is the need for enhancing our reliability has continued, and this has been demonstrated to be the affordable, least cost option without long-term stranded cost impact to our constituents during this time.
Do we have a moment?
We only have about 10 minutes left for the hearing, so it would, if you need the time.
We may have to
30 seconds.
resume. Okay, why don't you just confer, go mute, Jim. Andy, we may need to resume tomorrow or.
I believe so.
Yeah. I only have a few questions, but still, I don't know how long it'll take, how long the answers will be. And you're not close to finish. You're not going to finish before 4.
No.
Okay.
I misunderestimated, to quote a former president.
Yes.
That's all I'll say on that topic.
We're off the record.
No, we're not. YouTube is on. But yes, we're officially off the record.
Officially off the record.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
I'm sorry, Alan. All right, back on the record. Mr. Avery?
We're all set. Thank you for that brief moment.
Okay. So again, just trying to make sense of the different arguments that we're hearing. And Mr. Roy, you're talking about load growth that the company is looking at. And I guess we can, again, set aside the discontinuance of the moratorium as a factor in quote load growth, right?
Director Green, this is Brian Roy. It's not so much load growth currently, it's prior load growth experienced by our system. And that's what we're trying to enhance is the load growth experience over the last 20 to 30 years that has exceeded what was previously supplied for a resource. And again, regarding full electrification, there still needs to be sufficient time to implement any technology to accommodate those systems. And in the meantime, existing customers would still be reliant on a reliable resource to supplant their needs.
So, and getting back to the information request N-3, which has the historical and forecasted peak day demands. If we look at, let's say, the peak day send out in 2014, 2015, there was a relatively cold peak day, 63.9 heating degree days. The peak day send out is listed as 19,193 decatherms, which seems to be more or less on par with the highest peak day sendouts in that 10-year period, and fairly close, but not quite as high as the projections, although the projections are based on a 68 heating degree day. So does that strike you as being a depiction of load growth or sort of a static peak day demand scenario?
This is Brian Roy. That strikes me as load growth because if you look at a 67 degree day in 2013, the peak load was over 17,000 decatherms on a 67 heating degree day. And if you look at a heating degree day of a lower number of 63 in 2018-19, that is over 2,000 decatherms higher. So that indicates that there has been substantial load growth in our system. There has been no load growth since the moratorium was instituted. However, prior to the moratorium,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There is a what?
There has been load growth prior to the moratorium. However, there has been no load growth since the moratorium. However, the years prior to the institution of the moratorium highlight that there has been load growth in the system to present the reliability concerns shared in the analysis.
All right, let me keep this exhibit open if you can, while you look at the next one, which is the response to EFSB CM-5-1, and that was the Sanborn Head report called Front End Engineering Study. I'm looking on what I think was page 22 of that report, which has a section heading of 6.6.3. Let me see if I can get it open on my screen as well. I'm probably not going to be successful, but are you with me, Mr. Roy, or others?
Are you referring to 6.6.3 traffic impact during operations or table?
Yes, I believe I am.
Yep, I am at that section, Director.
Okay. I wrote down a quote that the project is in response or would facilitate a 28% increase in I think annual delivery volumes above current delivery volumes. Do you see that description?
Yes, I do, Director.
Can you explain what that means?
Yes, this is Brian Roy. So that is incorporating increased deliveries to account for the boil-off gas to replenish existing volumes that generally passively vaporize inside an LNG tank, as well as benefits that could be incorporated in the short term from the complementary site enhancements. However, that also is expected to be a short-term impact, as stated, as it is expected to gradually decrease as widespread adoption of electrification is experienced across our system, which, as previously stated, is expected to be more in the long term than the short term, given the barriers to entry of costs that our constituents have experienced to date.
So would I be wrong in interpreting that page as implying that the company would be expecting to increase its vaporization and delivery of LNG by 28% with the development of this project?
This is Brian Roy. That is expected to be over a long term and not an annual reflection of any increases. And that is merely representative of the vehicle traffic for refilling the tank and not a reflection of any increase in vaporization capacities or capabilities at the facility. Merely representation of the volume represented to restore the tank capacity at its peak volume based upon boil off and any increase that may result from the targeted application.
That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It really seems quite obvious from the text of the report that the facility will be increasing its output of LNG supplied to the vaporization system. And I think that the notation also indicates that it will level off with further electrification. That doesn't seem to have anything to do with boil off.
Again, there's increased storage, so we need to deliver more to make sure there's sufficient on-hand capacity for full storage capabilities. And again, as previously discussed with the targeted abilities to possibly accommodate some natural gas load, that would be incorporated as well. So both are factored into that number. It's not merely reflective of an anticipated increase of 28%, but merely a reflection of there will be increased boil off as a result of increased storage, therefore an increased need to replenish that volume that passively boils off, as well as any potential increase from the ability to allow for said targeted application of natural gas use when there's not an available or economical alternative.
Unfortunately, we have to leave it there for today. I apologize for our hasty departure, but this is certainly where I would like to pick up when we resume tomorrow. Mr. Shea, just I wanted to see if we could maybe perhaps reconvene tomorrow at 9:30 rather than 10, if that can be accommodated by the witness panel as well as our team and Mr. Brock.
I think our team can. What about Mr. Brock? How are you feeling? How are you doing? We'll go off the record. Mr. Brock?
I could make 9:40. I can't make 9:30.
All
I
right.
have an appointment before.
Okay. All right. The witnesses, how about you want to say 9:45 to make it closer at 9:45 tomorrow?
Can I ask a question about how much time? We're just trying to plan our logistics. We all traveled out here today. If it's going to be an hour, we might do one thing. If it's going to be longer, we might do something else.
I think if we started at 9:45, we'd probably be able to wrap up by hopefully 11:30. That would be my guess.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. I know it's all an estimate. It's an inexact science.
I'm basing
Yeah.
that on another meeting that backs up, so that's why I'm being so precise.
Well, that's
So
a more
I
exact.
do think it's possible.
All right. So will the witnesses be available at 9:45 tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So why don't we go back on the record, Mr. Brock? We're concluding for the day, and we'll resume at 9:45 tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Alan, for accommodating our schedule.
Sorry, I couldn't be more helpful.
Oh, and thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.